Is it on? Can you guys hear me?
You can have it up.
Yeah. Good morning. I wrote this big opening statement about me, and it has been a morning to say the least. So I'm not going to read it. We're just going to get into today. My name's Megan Tripp. Excuse the Band-Aids. I had some medical stuff done yesterday and it did not heal. So I had an appointment this morning already to deal with that. So if I'm tired, it's because I am. It's not you guys. So I am replacing Jen. She was your DDFO for 4 months, I think, and then she just took the DRP. I have learned as fast as I can. I just got my DDFO letter Thursday, so very fresh for you guys. But I am here to hopefully help and make this a great meeting. So that's what I've got for you. Thanks.
Thank you. Before we begin in earnest, there are a couple of administrative items to review. First, this meeting is being recorded and will be posted to the Hanford site YouTube channel. We keep attendance per the Federal Advisory Committee Act, otherwise known as FACA. So if you're in the room, we would appreciate if you would sign in at the front table. If you'd like to leave public comment, please note that there is a little checkbox next to the name slot on the public sign sheet. If you're online, it'd be appreciated if you put your name and affiliation into chat so we can make sure we get everyone's name spelled right and everyone attributed correctly. So for the proper meeting ground rules, we have the usual: listen carefully, honor the guidance of the chair, be respectful and assume all participants have good intentions, minimize sidebar conversations in the room and chat, and mute yourself if you must leave the room or answer a phone call. If I can reach it, you will also find these at the base of your table tent for review. Meeting conventions, these table tents have a second function. In addition to displaying your name, you can also enter queue for questions or comments by flipping those up to the side. I don't think there's anyone parallel to me yet, but if there are, you might have to be a little bit more animated so I can see you. Other than that, you'll want to make sure your microphone is turned on when you want to talk, turned off if it's not. Without your microphone on, the people online will not be able to hear you as well. And finally, per formalities, we like to have one member per seat at the physical table, but we will have time for alternate member questions at the end of each briefing. And with that, I'll pass this off to Susan.
Good morning, everyone. Before I get into the into my welcome, Megan, did you want to introduce Scott?
Hi, this is Scott. So Scott is our backup DDFO. I was hoping that we wouldn't have to bug him, and then today happened. So he's here just in case. And thank you, Sue. That's a good point. So in my letter that I did not read to you guys, I have 2 boys and a little girl up in heaven. My youngest has a Mother's Day tea today. So Scott will cover for me this afternoon when I'm out for about an hour and a half. Go ahead, Scott.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Susan. Scott Green, Department of Energy, and as Megan alluded to, I'll fill in as necessary as the backup DDFO. It's nice to meet you all.
Welcome. It's actually great to have both of you because we've had incidents over the years where we haven't necessarily had a backup. So backups are good. And that way, yes, Megan can take off and do tea with her child. Okay, so welcome to the May 7th, 2025 HAB board meeting. With all the craziness going on in the world and in the country today, I really appreciate everyone's attendance, whether it be in person or online. The more the better, whatever works. We've got a full packed meeting today, and I hope that you all enjoy it, learn from it, appreciate it, and we will move on from there. You don't need to listen to me ramble. Why don't we go around the table, though, and let everybody introduce themselves and the seat that they represent.
I'll start with me and go to my left. I'm Josh Patnod. I support the HAB facilitation effort.
I'm Megan Tripp, Department of Energy, DDFO.
Mackenzie Dubois-Killoy, Street Legal, supporting DOE.
Matt Irwin, Assistant Manager for the Waste Treatment and Mobilization Plant, and I'll be providing the initial DOE remarks.
Richard Bloom, City of West Richland.
My name is Rob Davis. I'm with the City of Pasco.
Brian Ivy, Public at Large.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rebecca Holland, and I represent Hanford Atomic Metal Trades Council.
Susan Coleman, Board Chair and represent Public at Large.
Mia Burke, Vice Chair and Hanford Challenge.
Pam Larson, National Liaison, and I represent Benton County.
Jesus Mota, Columbia Basin College.
Stephanie Schleif, Washington State Department of Ecology's Nuclear Waste Program. I'm the Nuclear Waste Program Manager and here to provide the agency update this morning.
I'm Ryan Miller, the Department of Ecology's Nuclear Waste Program Communications Manager.
Rob Parmalee, represent non-union, non-management employees.
Michelle Holt with the Benton Franklin Council of Governments.
Morning, David Replog with the Tri-City Development Council, or TRIDEC.
Hello, Chris Sutton, Local Environmental Interest.
Scott Green, Deputy Assistant Manager for River and Plateau of DOE, and also the alternate DDFO.
Okay, that's everyone around the table. And around our virtual table, I will go down the list as I see them, starting with Aaron. You have a chance to open your microphone and introduce yourself.
Hi, Aaron Siefkin with Central Washington Building Trades.
All right. Alfonso. Cynthia.
Found.
Charles.
Did that come through?
Okay, yes, we hear you now.
Okay. Cynthia Bounce with HMIS Portfolio Planning.
Stephanie Brasher.
Good morning, it's Stephanie Brasher. I'm with HMIS Tri-Party Agreement.
Charles Lepresti. Chuck Torelli.
Chuck Torelli, City of Kennewick.
Dan Saras. Dan Solitz.
Good morning, Dan Solitz, member of the public.
Ed Dawson. Catherine.
Catherine Glick, Ecology.
Dana.
Hello, Dana Cowley, HMIS Communications.
All right. Spencer.
Yeah, good morning. Spencer Harris with Cadlick.
Matt Hendrickson.
Matt Hendrickson, Oregon Department of Energy, alternate member.
All right. Ed Holbrook. Right. Kermit.
Kermit Mankiller and Nez Perce Tribe.
Right. Kevin.
Kevin Danby, Grant, and Franklin counties.
Right. Larry Brandt.
Larry Brandt, public at large.
Matthew Campbell.
Matthew Campbell, CTUIR, alternate.
Dan McDonald.
Good morning, Dan McDonald with Ecology.
Dana McFadden.
Dana McFadden with Ecology.
Ben Pruitt,
Ben Pruitt, Washington Department of Ecology.
and Robert,
Rob Chillog, Defense Nuclear Facility Safety Board.
Rose,
Rose Ferry, Yakima Nation Environmental Restoration Waste Management Program, and Tribal Historic Preservation Officer.
Tom,
Hi, everybody. Tom Cecilia, Oregon Department of Energy.
Simone,
Simone Anter, Columbia River Keeper alternate.
Michael,
Michael Turner, HMIS TPA.
Wayne,
Wayne Barber, Exchange Monitor Publications.
and I know you just joined, so you might not be ready. Sarah Williams, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sarah Williams, Department of Ecology.
All right, perfect. And that is our combined virtual and physical tables. With that, I think we're ready to hand it off to our first presenter. We have Matt Irwin with the Department of Energy. I'll bring up your slides momentarily.
All right, good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to give you an update from a DOE perspective for Hanford. Definitely an exciting time, and I apologize. I just realized I can be somewhat verbose, and I didn't want to try to get up and get water while I was talking, so I went ahead and did it in advance. I'm sitting in for Brian Harkins today. He's in DC. He has a number of briefings and discussions with our headquarters counterparts to keep us moving forward from a mission perspective. So we can go on to the next slide. Our mission has remained unchanged: to safely and effectively treat tank waste and delivering environmental remediation for the Hanford site. Those key activities and focus areas have remained the same here for a number of years. 2025 is a very exciting year, and when we get into it here in just a sec, we're going to talk about some of our recent accomplishments and some of the exciting things that we have on the horizon here for the rest of the year and going forward. So if we can switch to the next slide, this just shows our Hanford team, the one Hanford team, which includes our various prime contractors, H2C of which is our most recent addition, and then the DOE team, all working collaboratively to drive our mission forward safely and securely. Next slide really just kind of provides a little bit of a historical information on our funding. As most of you are probably aware, for 2025, we've been in a continuing resolution. We believe we'll be receiving our 2025 official budget here in the near future. These give you the numbers, though, for where we are. This fully supports all of our priorities for 2025, and we're making a lot of progress on that. And then up in the upper right-hand corner just gives a little bit of a thumbnail of the investment that's been made here at Hanford over the last few decades. So we'll switch to the next slide and get into the really exciting part. We'll start with the tank waste mission area. In the left-hand corner here, it talks about it actually just shows the steam plant at the evaporator. The evaporator here in 2025 has performed 2 campaigns, freeing up 440,000 gallons of tank waste space, double shell tank waste space. They just recently completed a transfer that'll allow them to get into the 3rd campaign here in the next month. So that's very exciting. Once that's complete, then they'll be able to get back into A101 retrieval. If we go to the next slide, going clockwise, that shows the ammonia trucks at WTP, which is my baby, as it were. We received ammonia in the March timeframe. Those tanks now contain 6,300 gallons of ammonia to support our commissioning string and ultimately our operations life cycle. So that was safely received, and we've exercised our procedures and processes that support that new hazard at the plant. We're currently working through the cold commissioning string, which includes nitrate feed, conditioning our carbon beds, getting into our environmental performance demonstration test here later this summer, and ultimately hot commissioning here in August. So a very exciting time at WTP and with DF Law. And we expect that we'll be continuing to provide updates and news releases here throughout the summer. So very exciting time there. If we continue around this slide, we have the integrated disposal facility, which is getting ready to do their readiness so that they'll be ready to receive our ILAW containers once we go into hot commissioning at DF Law. And then the last picture is 222S that just finished some significant upgrades. A couple of other activities that are ongoing that are not represented on the slide, but are also exciting big ticket items is we recently completed the shipment of our 2 TBI tests. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I gotta get out of the acronym, so I'll try to stay true to that. Test bed initiative, where we sent 1,962 gallons of treated low activity waste to outfits in Utah and Texas. That material was received, offloaded, and those empty totes are in transit returning back to Hanford as we speak. So that's a significant step forward. And in addition, I failed to mention that DF Law, we also have the contractor operational readiness review. It kicked off on Monday and it'll go here this week. We'll gain those results and then be able to address any issues to prepare ourselves for the DOE readiness review, which will be in nominally a month to 6 weeks. So lots of things happening on the tank waste mission, lots of exciting work going on. If we switch to the next slide, our risk reduction mission area, starting with the waste encapsulation and storage facility, canisters, the picture here shows the canister storage area. That facility just received its operational readiness review. The outbrief was last Friday. They'll be transitioning now. There's a couple of minor issues to go deal with, and then they will be transitioning to filling canisters with the WESF capsules and starting to store those in dry storage on the pad. Next picture is the installation of the air stripper at the 200 West Pump and Treat. So that work is in progress and expect it to finish here later this year. That'll add another third capacity. So basically increase of capacity by about a third of the existing 200 West Pump and Treat facility. So that'll allow us to pump and treat groundwater at a higher rate going forward. So that's very exciting. And then our focused feasibility study for the 324 building in the 300 area is complete. It will be going out for comment, I believe, here in the next month. So that'll support defining, receiving feedback, and then actually going forward and executing our 324 D&D here down the road. Okay, next slide. Just like the first two, we have exciting things going on in our infrastructure and base operations activity. The first two pictures on the left are our water treatment facility, which has been completed and is currently in its commissioning and startup phase. And then we also have some radio upgrades that are happening out on site to improve our communications around the site. And although not pictured, we've also got some BPA upgrades to the electrical distribution system, which in the long run will improve our reliability for electrical distribution throughout the site. Okay, next slide represents our recent and upcoming public outreach. As you know, there's a significant commitment to communications and sharing the exciting news as we're making progress and how we're moving forward on the mission. So this just provides a list of some of those recent and upcoming activities, just for general awareness. And then the last slide for the next 3 months, I've already alluded to part of that, which is the capsule storage area will start receiving the casks here later this summer. And moving into that, for WTP, we will be moving through the cold commissioning string, finishing the readiness, finishing the environmental performance demonstration tests to satisfy our permit conditions, and then moving into hot commissioning here in the August timeframe. And then one other, I should have mentioned this one earlier. As part of the tank waste operations mission, they do have an ongoing effluent treatment facility campaign. As of early this week, that was at 2.4 million gallons treated and continuing to progress on a steady basis. So as I started with, a very exciting year, lots of exciting things going on at Hanford, continuing to deliver on the investment and clean up the Hanford site. So without further ado, I'll pass it back and hand it off to Stephanie.
I'll have your slides up in just a moment. Go ahead.
Sounds good. Good morning, everyone. For those that maybe joined since we went around and did introductions, I'm Stephanie Schleif. I work with Washington State Department of Ecology. Happy to be here with you this morning to give an update on behalf of the state. I think you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So here's an outline of what we'll talk about this morning. We have an ecology leadership update, give you an update on our outreach and education that we've been doing, update on tri-party negotiations, compliance activities, our public involvement, and then a Hanford site-wide permit status update. Go to the next slide. I'm very excited to provide this update. We have selected a permanent new waste management section manager for the Department of Ecology, and that is John Temple, who's actually here this morning. I invite John up so he can talk a little bit about himself. You maybe have seen John around before. He was our facility transition project manager, and last year helped act in the role of waste management section manager while we went through and did a permanent recruitment. In the waste management section, a little bit of the scope. It has a pretty diverse scope, a big scope, manages 3 different projects, including our air permit project, waste management project, facility transition project. It includes everything from air permitting, water permitting, CERCLA cleanup for landfill and canyon facilities, and has various facilities in our Hanford site-wide dangerous waste permit as well. John, do you want to talk a little bit about your background?
Love to. Thank you, Stephanie. So yeah, a little backstory. I have a master's in environmental science from Washington State University. I worked for a DOE contractor for a couple of years, but for the last 10 years, I've been with the Department of Ecology. And as Stephanie mentioned, I was the acting waste management section manager for the last year. And prior to that, I was the facility transition project manager for 4.5 years. So I'm kind of familiar with the HAB, and I look forward to engaging with you all in my new permanent role as section manager here in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Okay, we can go to the next slide. I want to provide you an update on the amazing work our outreach and PI team has done starting this year. April was a very busy month, the busiest month, I believe, that we can anticipate outreach, where we did outreach and reached 700 people. There's the list of all of the activities that we did and participated on. A lot of the outreach team is joining virtually this morning, but you see photos there from a couple of the outreach events. I'm not going to go through the entire list, but do want to mention an upcoming event in particular, and that is taking place in July. It's a mock Hanford workshop with the Boys and Girls Club. It's going to be a skill building workshop that will have teens work together and make decisions about some of Hanford's historic events like cocooning reactors, addressing groundwater contamination and treating tank waste. Students will have to utilize expert advice from a panel, and we invite Hanford Advisory Board members to come and join to provide their perspective to students in that event. We anticipate it be about 5 hours in North Richland. Lunch will be provided. And if you're interested, you can reach out to the contact email there or any one of the ecology staff that's here in the room today. Go to the next slide, please. Want to provide an update on the holistic agreement and next steps. As you're likely aware, we signed the holistic agreement with DOE and EPA earlier this year, so that is final. Links to the final agreement and updates to the tri-party agreement and consent decree are linked on the slide, so you can find those for easy access. We are in the implementation phase now of the agreement, which includes a document that's currently out for public comment, a 60-day public comment on the draft supplement analysis for Hanford's West Area Tank Waste Treatment mission that will continue through May 23rd. Ecology is reviewing that and plans to provide comments on the draft supplement analysis. In addition, we are anticipating that DOE will be putting out for public comment soon the waste incidental to reprocessing that will also support that same project, and we will review and comment on that as appropriate. Also, just want to mention another ongoing discussion negotiation that we have as relates to the tank waste mission at the Hanford site, and that's the negotiation for appendices H and I under the tri-party agreement that addresses tank retrieval and tank closure as part of the settlement agreement that we signed last year with, as tri-parties, we agreed to enter into a confidential mediation discussion to try and see if we could come to an agreement on updating those two documents. We continue to meet with Department of Energy and have that discussion. I think you can go to the next slide now. Another negotiation that's ongoing, and you might hear from Davine and EPA on this as well, is the ongoing negotiation that we have for soil, groundwater, and facility milestones, otherwise known as M15, M16, and M85. Earlier, well, I guess it was last year now, December of 2024, we signed an agreement in principle with the tri-parties to negotiate those milestones, and the estimated schedule is to sign a tentative agreement for that, an update to the major milestones and applicable interim milestones in November of this year. I do also want to mention that while the holistic agreement is final and we are seeing where additional funding is needed to support the tank waste mission, there's other priority work, as you heard Matt talk about, going on throughout the site, including for key soil, facility, groundwater work. And we appreciate the ongoing conversation that we're having as tri-parties around making sure that we're setting priorities, even when Department of Energy is not getting a compliant funding level. That, you can go to the next slide. An update on our compliance activities. So from January to March, we issued 2 compliance reports. Those are hyperlinked for you to go out and take a look at, including if any of those areas, either at the low activity waste pretreatment system or central waste complex, have any non-compliances that need to be resolved. Next slide. Continuing the discussion on compliance, we conducted 7 inspections through the January to March timeframe. If you're wondering about what our compliance obligations are for going out and inspecting Hanford, as a federal facility, we're required to do an annual comprehensive evaluation for an inspection. Hanford has 30 treatment storage and disposal units right now in the permit. Each of those need to be inspected annually. So that's why we continue to provide you an update on where we're at in the inspections every year. As part of those inspections for treatment storage disposal units, they have a permit. A permit may be compiled of various addenda, including a waste analysis plan, process information, other bullets that you see there. An inspector will also take a look at an operating record for the applicable unit they're looking at. Hanford does also have generator activities that don't have a permit that we are obligated to go out and inspect under a performance partnership agreement that we have with the Environmental Protection Agency as well. Continuing to the next slide. Here's a brief overview of our upcoming public involvement opportunities. We do just want to mention as a reminder, there is a rescheduled public meeting tonight on Energy's notice of intent for the contact handled waste processing facility, a new facility that they're looking at building. The meeting tonight will be held virtually and in person at the Richland Public Library and will be at 5:30. We do anticipate an upcoming public comment period for the second half of the Class 3 permit modification that will have a 45-day public comment period. We anticipate starting in July for closure of consent agreement and final order site at the Central Waste Complex called Outside Storage Area A. That will be going out, like I said, estimate in July for public comment. And then we also anticipate the draft Hanford air operating permit renewal going out for public comment in summer this year. We anticipate that going out in July as well. Next slide. I want to provide an update on the Hanford site permit renewal status. We continue to work with Department of Energy on wrapping up all of the deficiencies for all of the units that need to be permitted and go out for the public comment for the renewal. We're completing responses to public, tribal nation, and permittee comments. We do anticipate still that the 120-day public comment period will happen this year in 2025. We have 33 of the 52 unit groups that are listed there completed. The remaining 19, we are working very hard to wrap up, and we do anticipate that the number is going to decrease by the next time we're back at the HAB providing you an update. Go to the next slide. And I think that takes us to questions, which I know we reserve after all of the tri-party agency updates. So likely it's EPA's turn if Dave Enan is on.
Yeah, check in to see. Has anyone from EPA joined to provide comments?
Good morning. Yeah, this is Dave. I am online. At least I think I am. Can y'all hear me?
Well, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's a good question because we've had a lot of connection problems lately. Teams drops and won't let us back in and that type of thing. And that's what happened as Matt was speaking. I lost part of what he said, so I may cover something that he already did, but that's okay. Again, good morning. I'm Dave Enan with EPA. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad you are all here. I needed to be virtual and brief today due to some mandatory training, and I will be. I don't have a lot of updates, but I do think some of them are important. One about just EPA in general. Our leadership may not have yet released any final reorganization plans. We know they're coming and we're expecting them, but some things we do know, EPA is not going away. The Superfund or CERCLA program is not going away. Our office is not going away. We will still be here. We're committed to Hanford cleanup. Our management is committed to Hanford cleanup. We are still planning to have Emma, our regional administrator, come to speak to the HAB in August. I believe the planning is still to have her joined by the director of ecology, Casey Sixkiller. So again, we're still here. We're going to be here, and obviously that makes us happy. Regarding projects, since the last HAB meeting, couple of things. We have approved the sampling and analysis plan for studying some benthic microorganisms along the 100 BC area. That was a requirement of the record of decision, but it will help answer some questions about the ecological risk assessment and the performance of the remedy. DOE submitted and released the preliminary assessment conceptual model report for PFAS at Hanford. Still working through that and what to do with that information. I know Matt mentioned the pump and treat facility stack upgrade. That's if it's not done, it's nearly done. And some upcoming things. Again, the public comment on 324 was mentioned, or the 300 area rod remedy change was mentioned. The construction of ERDF Supercell 11. It's going to take a few years, but that should be beginning. And then as you know, I don't have a whole lot more to say about the negotiations than Stephanie has already shared. We are still going through that, and one of the important things that I know Stephanie kind of alluded to is those conversations about how to react to the funding that we do get, and making sure that, you know, the tank waste mission is an important mission, but there's other important work to be done at Hanford. And how do we work that all together? So with that, I think I will pause and let's go to questions.
Thank you. And all right, with that, we're ready for questions. If you're in the room, you can raise your name tent as Susan has done. If you're online, you can raise your virtual hand. So we're going to start with Susan, go to Rose, Pam, Mia, and I'll figure it out from there.
Thank you, everyone. I have several questions. I'm going to start with DOE. Okay, there's been a lot of change that's gone on. Can you address the changes in DOE leadership, DOE Hanford leadership, maybe down to the AM level? What changes have occurred? Who's in the seats?
As you said, there have been a number of changes. As of today, Brian Harkins is the acting deputy manager for the site and leading the site. EM is working on finding the permanent replacement for the Hanford manager. Then at the AM levels, myself, Heather Dale, I'm sorry, I don't have the chart in front of me, but Heather's still AMRP, I'm still WTP. Ricky Bang is acting for tank waste operations. Vanessa Turner is acting for mission support. Dave Kemp is acting for finance and budget. I think that's everybody that I get off the top of my head. Scott, did I miss anybody? Oh, I'm sorry. Chris Grubbs is still the AM for procurement. Chris and Corey are both still in place. So Corey is AM, safety and health and quality. Don't tell either of them that I forgot about them though.
Okay. So Delmar Noyes took the retirement.
Delmar Noyes is part of the program.
Okay. Thank you. Just,
Understand. We're in a dynamic time.
We are. Okay. Dave, Eden, quick question. There's a rumor running around, and I'm stressing the word rumor, that EPA took some layoffs. Can you put that to bed?
Well, what I can say is, for example, the environmental justice program, and folks in that were in diversity, the DEI programs, they were given. Most of them have been on administrative leave for some time, and they have been given notices that there is an intent for a reduction in force. So I guess I can't say the rumor's not true. It is true that that those reductions are, being planned.
Has there been any impact to your local office? To the
Not
oversight
at this time,
panel?
No.
Okay, I was more concerned with the oversight of Hanford.
No, there have been no changes for our office.
Great, thank you. Okay, the current report coming out of GAO on DOE priority recommendations, and this is probably going to touch both Matt and Stephanie, because there is a 2021 priority recommendation speaking to a process for assessing the contaminated soil and what role the Nuclear Regulatory Commission should play in the process. It's reported GAO 2173. And in that, it says that there was a mediated session, a first mediated session to address the soil assessment occurred in 2024. There was a mediated assessment between DOE and Ecology and the state of Washington. And it says to fully implement this recommendation, DOE needs to resolve this significant disagreement with the state of Washington. This is the first time I've seen this or heard of this. So I'm just kind of curious, what's going on?
Yeah, I don't have an answer to that question, so I apologize. That's not something I'm engaged in.
So I will caveat my response. I appreciate the report number. I'll need to go back and make sure I understand what the recommendation is to be able to respond. But if it's referring to a 2024 mediation session and NRC's role in soil cleanup, I'm assuming that's for tank farms,
It is.
contaminated soil for tank farms.
Yeah, the report title is Hanford Cleanup. DOE's efforts to close tank farms would benefit from clearer legal authorities and communication. And it was from January 2021. And it says, and DOE submitted their information to GAO, and it said, as of January 2025, the recommendation remains open. DOE officials told us that they have engaged a third-party mediator with the state of Washington Department of Ecology and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency regarding soil assessment. In January 2025, DOE officials reported that the first mediated session to address the soil assessment occurred in August 2024. To fully implement the recommendation, DOE needs to resolve this significant disagreement with the state of Washington, continuing to use an independent mediator to help reach an agreement on these issues as soon as possible would best position DOE to avoid future cleanup delays.
So I think what that is referring to is when I provided you the update on where we're at in the negotiation on TPA appendices H and I as relates to tank closure and tank retrieval and updating those appendices, I think that's what it's referring to. And that is part of we are under a confidential mediation again, and we do have a third-party facilitator. At least we did the last time that we met. So as long as we continue to have the support from DOE and EPA and the mediator, those conversations will continue to be ongoing with plans to do tribal listening sessions with the tribes on what they would like to see for updates to those appendices soon this summer as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
When I saw this report a month or so ago, that one jumped out at me.
Well, like I said, I'll take that back and thank you for reading it again. That's a lot of detail. We'll take that back and do some additional research on the GAO report and the recommendation, Susan.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess from the Appendix I perspective, which I didn't realize that was a small piece of it, I would characterize it as we're working through the process, not that it's just a process, right? I don't think the reason I'm sure I haven't heard of it as a disagreement is because there's lots of pieces to it and we work through the process to reach an alignment. So just to give 2 cents.
Yeah, so next up we have Rose online.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm just a little bit confused. Within the two presentations, the one by DOE and the one by the state of Washington, DOE indicated that they had compliant level funding. Ecology indicated that DOE does not have compliant level funding. So at least that's what I wrote down. So I guess I'm kind of wondering where, if somebody could clarify, do you or do you not have compliant level funding?
So the comment I made was we had funding for all of the work that we had planned for this year.
But is that compliant? Is that at a compliant level?
So we always put forward a compliant budget, and we regularly have a budget that differs from that. But that doesn't mean we don't complete all of the work that we have planned in a given year. And I'll let Stephanie weigh in to the degree she'd like.
Yeah, Rose. So I don't have the sheet in front of me that we put together for budget, but so of course we know like the long extensive history with getting the compliant budget numbers from DOE and that information being embargoed now based on an OMB directive. We calculate the compliant number based on information that was provided to us in the life cycle. And I never remember the exact title, but it's like the life cycle cost scope and schedule report.
Yeah.
And I can never
Yeah,
remember the sequence.
I know
of
the
those
report.
words.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going through, the life cycle report is, I believe, out for public input right now. We are reviewing the 2025 life cycle report ourselves, but based on the last life cycle report from 2022, we calculated the compliant budget for DOE for FY25 at around $4.5 billion. So where, Matt is saying they're making do with what they get appropriated from Congress, and we're grateful for every amount that we get. What we calculated from the life cycle report is there is a difference there. And that's why we have these ongoing milestone negotiations. And Dave, I welcome you to answer this as well, for things like soil groundwater facility milestones to level set what the priorities can be based on not getting the calculated compliant budget.
Okay.
Dave, anything that you want to add on my response?
No, I think you summed it up pretty well. And that is our intent, is to be able to, in a very transparent way, have those conversations, show what we're planning, show what we're doing, and react to what we get, and do it as a collective team rather than anybody having to do things in a vacuum.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification on that. I know that, we oftentimes will have new people in and whatnot, and I am one of those people that feel like we need to make sure we're careful about the words that we choose to make sure that people really understand, and that slipped past me a little bit, what you said. And so I feel it's important that especially folks as part of this group and new people, and for all of us to always keep the awareness out there that the compliant budget is generally never totally what we get, and we're always running in a deficit that way. And it's important to always keep that in mind. And with that being said, I don't want to make it sound like I'm not grateful for what we're getting. So please don't misunderstand what I'm saying. But I think it's still important to know that we're still not getting what we need at the site to be compliant. And so anyway, I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Next up, we'll have Pam and then Mia. Go ahead, Pam.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentations. I'm absolutely thrilled with the testbed initiative moving forward, and that the material has reached Texas and Utah, and we can proceed with that. Very good news. Also, I'm thrilled to hear that the WESF casts are arriving. That has been a concern for local government for a long time, and getting that cesium and strontium in the right containers for long-term storage is excellent. There was reference to a new Central Plateau water treatment facility. We have a super duper water treatment facility in the 200 area. Is there now a new one in addition?
Yeah, there's a new one that replaced some of the older equipment. And you're right, there is pieces of the water treatment facilities that have been upgraded, but we also had portions of it that were circa 1940. And so that's what's been added to support our water needs, with the biggest customer being the waste treatment plant.
Okay. Thank you. And in my national liaison report later in the day, I will share that the administration's budget proposal was released on May 2nd, and the budget for Hanford site is consistent with 2025. So I'm sure you have different sources of information, but that was encouraging to me. Thank you very much.
Mia and then Rob.
I have a couple of questions, and then Josh, if you can put me at the end of the queue if there's time for more. So my first question is related to the life cycle report. I'm wondering if someone can explain the high and low estimates that came out in the new life cycle report, and specifically what causes the high estimates to be at $6 billion through like 2100 and beyond. It just kind of like continues off.
So I can't get into a lot of detail on the life cycle report, but the reason why there is a range is it's based upon the treatment flow rates for the various facilities. So I'll just use the one that I'm directly involved in, which is for DF law, right? If you assume a 70% efficiency of operation, the life cycle lasts longer than if you assumed an 80%. So each of the various treatment facilities across the site, they have, and I'm not an expert in the life cycle, but they have a quantity, which is what's the minimum we expect this facility to operate, what's the maximum. And so they run those numbers for both of those variables. And then when you add it up across the whole site, then that gives you the difference across the site. So that's how that comes out. But as you can imagine, each of those facilities have different operating rates. A good example would be when I talked about about groundwater, right? Adding a third capacity means that those numbers, and I don't know if they're in this year's life cycle cost report or going forward, but in the long run, that would reflect that additional capacity. The same will be true when we get into DF law. We have a key performance parameter on what our capacity is projected to be. But once we actually start treating tank waste, we'll update it with our actual numbers, which may be better or may be worse, but we'll actually have experience to base that not on models, but on actual performance.
Okay,
so,
thank you.
So I know that doesn't go into detail that I'm sure you prefer, but that's how it's derived.
Okay, thank you. And my next question is related to WARM and the holistic agreement. You know, when the public comment periods were happening last July, a number was thrown around. It was tens of millions, then kind of more specific at 15 million gallons of waste that was going to be grouted at the tanks in 200 West. And now that the supplement analysis is out for this project, it's jumped to 32 to 39 million gallons for 22 to 24 tanks in 200 West, with the caveat that that it could end up being that 44 tanks, the waste from 44 tanks is grouted. And so, you know, my question is about that volume increase, and that's been referenced kind of at different stages. You know, how did it seems like a big jump from the 15 million in the holistic agreement.
So I wasn't directly involved in that either, but I do know that the original number was just a general number. The 32 to 39 was as we worked through the negotiations and actually had a number of tanks. So that's how you do the 22 as a minimum up to 24, and which tanks we were specifically talking about. So that also changes the amount of waste that we believe would be coming out of those. And those are projections. And then the last is looking at all of 200 West versus just what was negotiated in holistic negotiations. And I don't know if Stephanie, you have any other comments you'd like to add to that, but that's how that evolved, I believe.
I don't have a ton of additional detail on that, Mia, but there is going to be a briefing later today on the holistic agreement, and Suzanne Dahl from Ecology will be there, and she's been reviewing the NEPA essay for us. So I encourage you to raise that question when she's here.
Okay, thank you.
And that is a great point, Stephanie, because Ricky will also be here, and he leads tank waste operations. So he'll have the more in the right. So if you want to talk about melters and glass, I can talk about that all day. But Ricky would be a much better source to talk about some of those numbers.
Yeah, well, Rob and then Richard. Go ahead, Rob.
Yes, thanks for the presentations. I'm still terribly disappointed. It's taken so long to get waste out of here. It's so frustrating. But you know, some of the things with the replacement, and I hope Brian Harkin, the present lead, will again follow the work plan we had for our sheet. So maybe you can describe to me for one of the critical activities for the 2025 time. One is extending the useful life for the hose and hose transfers. Now, we were understood that they are at risk with radiation damage and et cetera. So what is being done, and it's scheduled to be completed to extend them, and you're already assuming they're going to be extendable this year. And so, you know, what's being done in that area to assure us that either we can or cannot use those hose and hose transfer systems.
Yeah, so for the details, I would ask that you bring that back up again when Ricky's here this afternoon, because I'm not in the details on the extension, but I do know that from the standpoint of our use of hose and hose, we've used them extensively in various retrieval activities as well as throughout the tank farms So I know there's a technical basis for why we believe that extension is both viable and appropriate. But Rick can get you into the nuts and bolts of what either assumptions and or risks go along with that.
So we have confidence that we're on track to solve that this year?
Absolutely. And when you say solve it, I believe the technical basis has been in place for quite a while. It's a matter of crossing our T's and dotting our I's on actually documenting the extension and getting it through the process.
Yeah, life extension is quite an issue, and they have been there a while. I'm just, again, very frustrated that it's taken so long to get answers on a lot of things, from the 324 building to the cesium capsule issues to et cetera. So anything that can be done to speed this up and stop these endless amounts of what appears to be administrative work and not the hard work to get done. The other thing is that, and I'll bring it out to you right now, is that we, as a board, have been aware that there's a AMPS mock-up at Eventec, and we had arranged to have just a volunteer group of people can go down and take a look at that mock-up. And yet last meeting we were told, no, we can't do that. And so I really want to put the fire in somebody's work scope to get that thing done. It's I've been through it. It's well worth it. It should be done. And I don't know what's holding it up. So
when you say, are you saying the mock-up itself or the actual?
The mock-up. The mock-up being done by Advantech. I've been through it.
Sure.
The week after Brian and others went through it.
Mm-hmm.
And Rob Hastings has offered many times to have us walk through and to see what we're planning. And whatever you can do to speed that up and allow us to be able to meet down there, listen to them, and see that mock-up would be.
Typically, though, we don't say you can't go, we give a reason. Was a reason provided?
You weren't ready yet.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Tiff.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not aware of what needs to be ready, but obviously we wouldn't want people in a place where there's active hazards, but I'm not familiar with that piece of information. So
yeah, it is well worth seeing and understanding the thoughtfulness and the care and the improvements over the present TISCR process. And if anything, that's progress. Thank you.
Well, so I guess I will make one other comment. You expressed frustration with the capsules. So as I pointed out earlier, the formal operational readiness review is completed Friday, and we will be moving those capsules this summer. So I would say that is also progress.
Okay, that's on. Okay, right. It is risk reduction.
Yeah. It is absolutely.
Yeah.
Anyways, I just want to make sure you were aware of that detail as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of paying attention here. I guess the other concern that, if I may freely speak at this point, is the use of the adaptive milestones, and how is it so easy that we can extend in the life cycle 7 years in a 5-year plan? It just all of a sudden it extends 5 years. But just adaptive milestones, are they being used here? I don't know. When I talked to when I talked to some other folks, Noise in particular, he was really unsure how it's going to be used. And that was at the last public presentation that I asked those questions. And how are we going to be using it? And how is it not being used as an excuse not to meet a goal?
Okay, I think that's probably a good topic to have a more focused discussion. Sounds like to me. Thanks for the discussion.
Yeah, Richard and then Matthew.
I have 2 questions. I'll start with the one that probably near with delivery of the ammonia to the VIT plant, how much of a hazard is that? Is that going to have alarms like the old chlorine in the 2 West area?
Yeah, so we have sensors on both the skid, where the ammonia line, which also has a metering device that minimizes how much can go down the line to the low activity waste facility. And there's a monitor there, as well as in the ammonia dilution room in the law facility as well. So the quantity of ammonia that's in the storage tanks, which is similar to some of the refrigerant plants across within the community, but it does represent a hazard that can create a local emergency, which is called an alert, as well as a site area emergency if those tanks were to have a serious event to them. There are protective actions in the form of bollards and how the tanks are filled, the PPE and the monitoring that goes on when we fill those tanks or put them in service. So it is similar to the chlorine in the water plant, but not identical. And the reason that the ammonia is important is because it's what we use to mitigate the NOx that's generated when we're actually treating tank waste in the melter.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah. That was, so it's going to be used by the site, not a separate alarm system per se. It'll be a
No,
a
it's
site.
integrated with the control room at WTP and is monitored there. And then we also are integrated with the emergency management team that HMIS.
Now, I think my second question is more directed at Dave Enan. The new air stripper out at the pump and treat, the is last time I toured out there was probably a couple of years ago. There was some comment relative to the degradation of the aerobic bioreactors. Is that the reason for the new air stripper? Or, I mean, are we just bending the carbon tet vice treating it?
So the bioreactors were for treating nitrate, and the air strippers are for pulling out the carbon tet.
Okay, I thought the bio was also treating the carbon tet. No,
that was
okay.
for the
So
nitrate.
so basically, all the carbon tet we're pulling out of the ground is going back up in the air.
No, it's getting trapped on the activated carbon.
Oh, okay. All right.
So we're going to check a queue check real quick. We have Matthew online, then we'll go to Chris, Rebecca, round back to Mia and Pam. And I also like to open at this point to get our alternate questions in queue. Go ahead, Matthew.
Hi, this geez. Okay, this question's for DOE. Matt, you had mentioned that the TPI waste had been delivered to the treatment facilities and those totes are on the way back. I'm curious on what are the plans for the waste totes they're heading back.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. The waste totes will be put in storage here at the Hanford site. We don't have any plans for their reuse at this time, but we'll retain them if a purpose becomes evident as we work our way through the planning for bringing Warm online here down the road. So they may or may not have a use, but since they do have some value and we have used them successfully, we are going to put them in storage.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, then we'll move on to Chris.
Yeah, Matt, you indicated that hot commissioning was expected to start sometime this August. If it does start sometime this August, when do you anticipate hot commissioning being completed? And at the end of hot commissioning, do you anticipate going right into hot operations and turning things over to H2C? Or do you still anticipate a period of extended hot commissioning before turning things over to H2C?
Yep, great question. So thank you for asking a question that's right in my wheelhouse. So I appreciate that. So when I said hot commissioning, I was actually referring to the completion of the sprint run as defined for that initial. So initial hot commissioning today, our forecast is that would happen in late July to allow us to complete the hot commissioning certification, which basically, just in general terms, it's put enough of the tank waste and the glass formers so that the melt pool is now full of tank waste, right? Because you start out with just simulant, and it takes 5 batches to get it to where it's a full canister of ILA tank waste. So those 5 batches per melter is expected to happen over nominally a 2-week time period. So we would actually initiate in mid-July, and then we'd be able to certify early August. That's obviously dependent upon getting through the commissioning activities that I discussed. The second part of your question is, do we go directly into hot ops? The answer is, yeah, we will continue what we call hot commissioning, but it's just tank waste treatment operations. So it's no different than how we'll operate it over the life cycle of the plant. We have an extended hot commissioning contract modification that allows Bechtel and WTCC to continue to operate the DFLAW facility for up to 18 months at the discretion of DOE. So we do intend for them to operate it for some period, but we will look for right, part of this is making sure that H2C and the other tank waste operations activities I mentioned, like the evaporator and running ETF, so that we pick the right time and place to perform that nominal 6-month transition from Bechtel over to H2C. So as of right now, we would expect that extended hot commission to occur for some period of months. Could be up to 18 total, but it'll be somewhere in the middle there. But the whole goal of that was to give us the opportunity to pick the right time frame to start the transition so that it minimizes the mission impact to both WTP moving forward on their HLW design period and weathering in the facility, as well as H2C and the activities that they have. I think did I miss a piece? Did I get all of it there?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Did I answer all of your questions, or was there one at the end that I maybe missed?
No, I think so.
Okay, I thought I did. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
In other words, stay tuned.
Well, for the transition, stay tuned. But from a going through the hot commissioning cycle, we will just continue to operate the melters. The one thing we've definitely learned in commissioning is that the melters like to be in a period where they're getting fed, that we're doing feeding and pouring and maintaining the cold cap. It's harder to get it up and get the cold cap established than to keep it that way once we're up. So as we've tuned in the various parameters, we found that that's the sweet spot, is to be running the melter. So hopefully we go from hot commissioning, certifying, but we're continuing to feed and pour the melters and get ourselves in a rhythm where we're running for periods of months at a time, followed by outages and then back into pouring. So that's how it's designed, and that's where we intend to get. And so, yes, stay tuned, but this fall could be particularly exciting if we can get into that kind of a rhythm.
And one more quick question. Mia referred to the 2025 life cycle cost schedule and scope report. In that report, it's one of the assumptions is that the lifetime of a melter will be about 2.5 years. Based on what you see so far, what does it appear that the lifetime of a melter might really be?
So right now, it looks like it will be longer. The only caveat I would add to that, though, is remember, we've only used tuning feed in the melter so far. And by the way, we expect that to be more, that has a larger impact on the refractory life than the actual glass formers when we operate. But the variable that we don't have is putting the tank waste in and how that affects the erosion of the melter over time. So far, it looks like that life will likely be extended after we change out melter 1, because we'll go do some destructive testing of melter 1 to validate how the refractory behaved, both during its commissioning life cycle as well as however much hot commissioning we're able to do with it. And that'll happen at the 5-year mark. And I believe the reason, by the way, in the life cycle report that they say every 2.5 years is the intention would be that you're changing out a melter every 2.5 years, but each one is operating for a period of at least 5 years. I think that's why you see that number that way, but it's not each melter only lasts for 2.5. It's each melter's 5 years with a 2.5. But we fully expect that we'll do destructive testing of melter 1. And we also know that at DWPF and Savannah River, their melters have extended their life from what they originally were. So if our experience is similar, then we would expect it to be something better than that. And that would be an example of something that in a future life cycle report, that would be a reduction in life cycle cost because we would be able to run them longer. But unfortunately, yeah, that's TBD. But I would say the data we've seen so far is favorable.
Thank you.
So next up, we have Rebecca.
So my question is for Matt. Back in November, we had a take cover at the vet plant because of an ammonia leak. Brian Vance at our last full board meeting updated us on that after we asked him the question, and he talked about that they were going to be repaired, those ammonia tanks, and that's a problem with the O-rings from expansion and contraction and all that, and that new ammonia was going to be delivered. 2 weeks ago, there was another take cover because of an ammonia leak. And so I'm wondering if you could give us an update on that.
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, in November, when they were initially going to test the system, so we hadn't filled the tanks yet, there was an ammonia leak, and it was actually gaskets. The gaskets had some degradation. We replaced all of the gaskets, all of the valve packing on all of the valves. So that's what we did in the December and January timeframe. And then the other piece that the vendor talked about is that we should expect that we would have some level of loosening of packing, and we needed to go make adjustments on that when we go into the spring and fall, because you're going from either a cold temperature that's relatively stable. I know it doesn't feel stable when it's below freezing, to the hotter periods of the summer. So that first take cover was a declared take cover. It did impact the 200 East area. We did not have large quantities of leakage. They were able to isolate it quickly, but it did meet our criteria as defined at that time, which was conservative on purpose. We filled the tanks. We didn't have any leakage here for a period of, month and a half, almost 2 months. We didn't have any leakage at all. But here a couple of weeks ago, we did have the ammonia alarm on the skid did go off. They sent people out there. They found that it didn't meet, let me step through that. The alarm on the skid was not above the emergency action level, which would be a formal take cover for the 200 East area. But as a precaution, the shift operations manager, the billing emergency director, did declare a local take cover just within the WTP facility until they quantified the depth and breadth of the hazard. So the process that they've established is the IH go out with their handheld instruments. They approach from an upwind position, confirm they're not getting indications of ammonia. If they aren't getting indications of ammonia at 30 meters at a particular level, and I'm not going to do that one from memory, but it's at a particular level, then we would declare a 200 East take cover. In this particular case, at 30 meters, they were undetectable. They were able to go to the skid. They were able to find one point on the skid where there's 3 valves in relatively near each other. And I believe the number was 90 ppm. Sorry, I'm thinking Radcon. 90 ppm on the actual valves itself, right, on contact. So that's well below the EAL criteria. They did go in and found that the packing on one of those valves was looser than the spec. And what they found is, so they isolated it, but for ammonia, when you isolate it, there's still ammonia in the piping itself. And they isolated it that first day. That night, when it got back down into, so those particular days, it was 75 in the day and 45 in the night. That night, they did get some wisps off those same valves, not at a EAL level and at a lower level than what they had the night before. But they did see the behavior where they got some ammonia leakage through those, and that was before they tightened them. Then the following day, they went in and checked the packing. They found one of them that was not at its normal spec, which the vendor told us that when you get the environmental cycling between seasons, you're gonna get that for some period of time where you'll get a little bit of leakage and have to go check your torque, excuse me. And so one of the things the contractor's looking at, there's 2 things. One is looking at going and proactively going and checking those torques when we get close to the season changing. And then the second one is an improvement in communication from the standpoint of this was a precautionary take cover limited to the Hanford, to the WTP site. So it wasn't something that necessarily shows up on the Hanford app, but Bechtel's going to work with HMIS, similar to what we do for weather delays, so that we can provide communications, because at a minimum, it affects traffic, right? It may not be a hazard that you have to take cover in the adjacent tank farms area, but at a minimum, we want people to be aware that there is something going on and that traffic at a minimum is going to be affected. So that's where we are.
Okay, thank you. And that's a great segue for this afternoon for our traffic safety advice. So.
All right. And with that, we're looping back around. We have Mia, Pam, and Rob in queue. For those online, remember, if you'd like to enter queue, you can raise your team's hand. And that includes alternate members. Go ahead, Mia.
Okay, again for Matt, thank you for answering all of our questions. This is related to TBI. I know that the waste was shipped off site. I'm curious when it will actually be grouted and when we'll find out like grout to waste ratios, what was the volume increase, things like that. Is the facility, both of the facilities going to share that information back to DOE, I'm expecting, and then that would be publicly available? And when would that occur?
Yeah, so I'll apologize up front. And definitely recommend that you ask Ricky that this afternoon, and he'll be able to give you that. I don't know the treatment. I know it was offloaded, but I don't know the treatment schedule or the schedule for getting the results. I am absolutely certain Ricky has that information, so he should be able to readily answer that. So I apologize, but I don't have that off the top of my head.
And Pam.
Thank you. My question also relates to the ammonia leak. Before I retired 5 years ago, I was the liaison between the Benton County Emergency Operations Center and the federal EOC. No one has filled that role since. And the ammonia leak, obviously this material is passing through our communities to get to the Hanford site. And there may not be a lot of potential hazards that would lead to serious emergencies on site. But in my annual presentation to the Benton County Commissioners, I suggested that they reach out to DOE to look at putting someone from the EOC staff at the Federal Emergency Operations Center. And it doesn't happen quickly because you have to be trained and certified and blessed, and then you can go to the EOC. You can't just walk in there. But I have heard from others who participate in the EOC that having a local government person who is communicating with our local EOC on such things as roads, access, and what's going on with closures is extremely valuable information to the people operating the EOC. So I think you should have someone trained, so if there's a need that they can go there. And that needs to be a partnership between DOE and local government, and it would be Benton County Emergency Operations Center. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, so I know the EOC does have local representation when we declare events. I guess I'm not, and you may know more than I do as far as us having a representative that goes if there are events at the Benton County level. That's what you're talking about, right?
No, I'm talking about a county, a representative of the Benton County EOC going to the federal EOC.
Oh,
and
we have that spot in the federal EOC. Maybe it's not being filled.
yeah, I think it's not being filled.
Okay.
I think there's an empty chair.
Okay. I mean, I know we have that mechanism because I've spent a lot of time in the EOC, but this would have been, a decade ago. And so I do know, but I do know that that position still is there.
Yeah.
I just don't know if it's being filled or if there's something else going on. So I'll pull the string on that.
Okay, the folks from Oregon who go to the EOC have said there's nobody there.
Okay.
So when the Purex tunnel collapsed, we had a fire chief come and sit in my place, which I thought was perfect. because he's an emergency responder. So it doesn't have to be a designated person. He had federal credentials to be in the room, but somebody needs to know how to get into the room and how to share information.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, understand. Thank you.
And we have one left in queue, about 10 minutes before our hard stop for public comment. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, I have a couple questions here. One is last November, October, you had a presentation on where there was a notification to us that the glass former system was not functioning correctly, to say it mildly. And so what was the answer? We obviously it's been solved. We're making glass, but are we using the silos and we doing it by hand? What was the solution to the problem that shut everything down for a while?
So there's a short-term solution, an intermediate solution, and a long-term solution. The current short-term solution is that the glass former recipe is prepared at Three Rivers Terminal, TRT. It's provided over to Atkins here in the Richland area. Atkins mixes the batch into a slurry that gets loaded onto a truck, gets sampled, then it gets sent out to the site, and we have a connection outside of the low activity waste facility, and we receive that slurry, and that's what we use are using to commission the plant. In parallel with that, we are doing an upgrade where the mixers that are in the low activity waste facility are being, we teamed with Thomas and Mueller and J&J, who are both powder movement experts. And they have provided a design for an upgrade, which is currently being installed at the low activity waste facility. Instead of a mixer, it's a hopper, and it has a feed screw mechanism. And basically, we're getting as many of the elbows out so that the material drops from the hopper to a screw feeder that then brings it over horizontally and then drops it directly down into the process vessel. Because what we found is with the various angles and elbows, we were getting a lot of blockage of the glass former materials before they would get to the process cell, which is where we need to mix it with the tank waste to be able to feed the melters. So that modification is in progress. It'll be done in June, and then we'll dovetail that, and we're going to have both a slurry feed and a dry feed. So in that condition, we will be able to receive dry feed at law. It'll go into the hoppers and then be fed into the process cell, where then it's mixed and fed to the melter. And then the long-term solution is either a replacement of the silos or an alternate approach that we're having the high-level waste facility incorporate into their design so that we can support both high-level waste and DF law over the life cycle of the facility. So unfortunately, it's not simple, but it is functional. And the other benefit is once we've got the hoppers installed, we'll have defense in depth because we can feed it in two different ways.
Okay. Yeah, the existing system, you're going to use as much as you can.
The silos are also susceptible to blockage. When we brought in J&J, they recommend more of instead of the cylindrical silos with the pneumatic transfer, they recommended more of a hopper with an angular bottom to minimize the clogging. And so no, we won't be using the silos long term.
Okay.
The investment is far outweighs their marginal functionality.
Okay. Last one I was going to mention is any word update on the Newcon effort on the vapors?
I don't. I would ask you to ask that of Ricky. That's not something I have any information on.
Okay. Okay.
But Ricky will be here this afternoon.
We had a good presentation on the Newcon. I think it was through Ecology. He gave us the permitting possibly you talked about Newcon. And so we're interested in finding out and whether or not this is going to be applicable to multiple tanks.
Sure.
Yeah.
Good question. I apologize. I just don't have it off the top of my head.
Thank you.
All right. We have time for another question. Is there anyone in the room or online that would like to pose one?
I just want to point out that Stephanie's feeling really lonely.
But Matt did a great job fielding a multitude of questions.
One quick note for Rob on the Newcon. I believe we presented on the permit for it, and I think that permit's been issued, I think. So it would be a DOE would be the best one to provide an update now that the permit's been issued. I think it's been issued.
So we're into the implementation of it.
I'd probably defer you to Ricky.
All right. Reminder, if you'd like to, we have time for one more question. If you want to raise your name tent in the room or raise your virtual hand on Teams, let us know. Going once, twice. And I think that's it. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Stephanie. And thank you, Dave. So we're 4 minutes out from our public comment time. Madam Chair, would you like to take a very short break? All right, we will reconvene at 10:15. Testing. All right, everyone, we are at 10:15. If you would like to find your seats. So while we do that, I'll go over what we're running into. We're going to begin public comment, which is an opportunity for comments to be heard and entered into the record. Each speaker will be given up to 5 minutes, depending on how many people we have. And you are free to amend or submit public comment, written public comment by submitting that to hab@slin.net. That's HAB@SLIND.net. You can also find that on the HAB's website. So as of now, we have one person online who has indicated they'd like to provide public comment. Nobody signed up in the room. I would like to confirm that. Can I see a show of hands? Anyone like to provide public comment? And a show of Teams hands for anyone online that would like to provide those. All right, so we're going to begin with Dan Solitz. Go ahead.
Hello. Good morning. This is Dan. Dan Solis. My public comment is regarding deep geologic disposal, and I always thought that the consent-based siting that they're doing for interim storage was kind of a dress rehearsal for deep geologic disposal. I noticed that is dead in the water. There's been no updating of the site since the end of the year, and I would like a report from DOE on what they're doing with that. They're planning on dropping that because of pending legislation that would establish an independent agency to take care of deep geologic disposal. Well, I'd like to at least hear them say that, but it is a dress rehearsal, and Savannah is double stacking their high-level waste glass now. We're making plans to double stack our high-level waste glass. It takes so long to get anything done that I think they should keep forging ahead, even if they won't be involved in the future. They'll be doing work that the whoever does it in the future will be able to build on. So thank you for considering that.
Thank you. All right, next up for public comment, we have Dan Series.
Hi all, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes. Great, thank you. Getting a little bit of an echo here. First of all, I'm Dan Sears. I'm the Advocacy Director with Columbia Riverkeeper and a former HAB member. And I want to just thank everyone who's there today, digging through so many different documents and processes and sharing information that is hard to understand if you're just a member of the general public. And honestly, it's hard to understand if you're a former HAB member. There's a lot of moving pieces, and I appreciate all the work you're doing. I also want to say I tuned in just for a small part of the EMSSAB meeting, and the work that Susan and Mia and for a long time Pam have done there in those meetings. It's really appreciated. That conversation is deep and broad, and I learned a lot. I also want to agree with what Pam said about the work at WESF, how important that is, what good news it is that it's moving forward. So to the people who are making that happen, thank you. And lastly, I just want to really say that I heard what I think it was Rebecca Holland said about the ammonia leaks, and that was very concerning. And I want to appreciate that those issues are really evolving, and the people who speak up and let us know about how changing systems impact the health of people who are executing the most important cleanup on the planet, probably. That means a lot to people like me who just listen in from afar and don't see everything that you all see. So lastly, I just want to say thank you to Rose for speaking up for a transparent conversation and putting things in terms that folks can understand. You all are doing great work. Thank you.
Thank you. We got 2 more public comments. You'll have 4 minutes each. We have Jerry and then Dylan. Go ahead, Jerry.
Good morning. Thank you. In interest trying to go fast, I have a couple of items. One is I'd like to, on behalf of Heart of America Northwest, is Jerry Paulette, and I'd like to urge that the agenda and materials for tomorrow, Committee of the Whole, and as a rule, such materials get posted online for people to be able to easily access, since notices are no longer being widely distributed, it seems. And so in order to review anything for tomorrow's Committee of the Whole, there's nothing online under the Hanford Advisory Board. Today's meeting agenda is posted, but not tomorrow's. And I'd urge that everything be posted in advance and readily available, including the proposed plan and presentations. Secondly, I'd like to, on behalf of Heart of America Northwest, urge that the board ask for the time necessary to do comment and review on what's called the supplement analysis for the holistic tank agreement. The supplement analysis is not actually an analysis, as I think everyone knows. It is an analysis of whether or not analysis will be done. It's gravely disappointing that although the timeline was extended, that the board didn't have the opportunity to formally have it on the agenda for today. The Energy Department obviously knew that it was going to be released in advance of this meeting. It's vitally important that we look at and that the public have a forum for discussion, as was promised at the public meetings over and over again, that there'd be dialogue and discussion about such items as whether or not further analysis of tank leaks is necessary, and transportation, including the transportation routes for about 40 million gallons of waste, which works out to be numerous shipments every single day for decades. And there's been no discussion of having dialogue in Spokane, where truck routes may be, or through Oregon and the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. So urge that the board take a look at this and say, we'd like time to provide advice on what analysis is necessary to make informed decisions, and for the agencies to honor commitments to have actual dialogues along the transportation corridor with route-specific analysis, which is not present nor committed to. Thank you.
All right, then we have Dylan. You have till 10:30.
Good morning, Chair Leckland and members of the Hanford Advisory Board. My name is Dylan Janney. I am a concerned citizen with a deep interest in public policy. Today, I want to propose an urgent solution to protect the Columbia River, the Yakima Nation, the Tri-Cities, and our ecosystems from the Hanford site's ongoing risks. Building 150-foot deep concrete vaults around all 19 tank farms. This plan addresses critical gaps in the DOE's cleanup strategy. It aligns with the 2025 Hanford Life Cycle Scope, Schedule, and Cost Report and ensures immediate safety while supporting long-term goals. The 2025 LCR projects cleanup. It projects cleanup costs around $364 to $589 billion, extending through a 2086 61-year timeline that leaves us vulnerable. The 177 aging tanks, 60 to 80 years past their design life, have leaked approximately 1 million gallons of radioactive waste, contaminating 2 to 3 million cubic yards of soil up to 150 feet deep. Plumes migrate 1 to 2 feet per year towards the Columbia River, just 5 to 7 miles away. A seismic event could release 2 to 5 million gallons, accelerating river contamination for 25 to 250 years, endangering the Yakima Nation's treaty rights, the Tri-Cities drinking water, and the salmon populations. The groundwater monitoring reveals a 2 to 5% contamination at 200 to 250 feet, with tritium at 2,000 PCI-L, far above the EPA current limits. The pump and treat systems remove only 10 to 20% annually, leaving the river exposed. The holistic agreement, which was finalized in January 2025, focuses on retrieving waste from the 22 SSTs by 2040 and the vitrifying the waste between 2030 and 2060. And while this is a step forward, it leaves critical gaps unaddressed. The first is the lack of immediate containment. The agreement prioritizes long-term treatment, but overlooks the urgent need to contain the tanks themselves and the contaminated soil around them. Without vaults, plumes continue migrating, seismic risks remain. The 30 to 50-year timeline does not match the immediate threat to the Columbia River that these tanks and contaminated soil face. Additionally, the failure to address the residual waste in the tanks, even after retrieval, 560 to 1.2 million gallons of sludge will still remain in the tanks, which poses a long-term hazard. The tanks 0 to seismic containment leaves them vulnerable to catastrophic releases. So my solution is 150-foot deep concrete vaults, seismically resistant concrete around all 19 tank farms, with about 5 to 10 foot thick walls. Building with high performance concrete, bentonite liners, drainage channels, sensors, they'll halt plume migration, ensure 95 to 100% containment in the event of a magnitude 6 to 7 earthquake, and will reduce the public exposure to 0. And I approximated it would be about $15 billion for the whole site, and it would take about 3 to 4 years to complete. This proposal saves up to $135 billion over the DOE's current strategy, which is a 30 to 50-year plan, and it also aligns with the agency's budget. In conclusion, the vaults will eliminate the dismantling risks of the tanks, which will contain residuals. It will prevent further groundwater contamination, and it will accelerate the retrieval of the waste into the tanks by making it safer and easier to do in the long term. So I urge the HAB to recommend a pilot vault at the Essex tank farm, which would cost, I estimate about 800 million, taking 2 to 2.5 years, which will prove the efficacy of these vaults before scaling to the entire site. And as a policy advocate, I'd like to collaborate with stakeholders in the area, including the Yakima Nation and the Tri-Cities, because I believe that the DOE's 61-year timeline is too slow, and we have to act now to safeguard our communities while also supporting the vitrification efforts. So I'd like to make Hanford a model for proactive containment, not just cleanup. Thank you and I welcome your questions.
All right. I'll note that public comment is typically a one-way thing, doesn't serve as a Q&A, though we have hit 10:30, which is our first scheduled break. With that, we will be departing for the next 15 minutes, returning at 10:15 for our first draft advice, or only draft advice of the day. All right, in a short while, everyone.
Of this, but going back in history, when the improvement was made to the Y barricade to add another gate, think about it, when there was just one gate, the issue was old growth sagebrush, and it took almost a year to get that resolved. What this advice is suggesting is to prepare the documentation, not necessarily the construction, to get it ready to build. And secondly, the previous advice we had put on was emergency vehicle and pedestrian traffic mixing in the 300 area, because the 300 area fire station will still remain because of the 324 building and the construction of the new fire station out in 2 East. So that is more of a pedestrian safety issue. In my years working within the complex, we've had people run over by forklifts. I'd hate to see somebody run over by an ambulance or a fire truck. So this advice is just a follow-up of our previous advice. To reiterate, we want to improve the conditions for the commute out there for the people, because it's, I can tell you it's discouraging. I am on the Ben Franklin Transit Board, and I've been trying for over 10 years to get a bus service out there. And we have lots of roadblocks, but we're still working through it. Maybe we'll be successful, but since the bus service on Hanford site was eliminated, the commute and traffic is an overall issue and detriment to getting more people to work out there and retaining those workers. So that's sort of the background of this advice. Becky, any comment?
Well, I think you did a great job. I just wanted to add, when we talked about the ammonia problem this morning, just to expand on that a little bit, because we have brought up for emergency response and items like that this is our fourth piece of advice that this committee has put forth. So in our past advices, we talked about emergency response as well, getting people on and off the site. If you've ever been out there during a major snowstorm and they release workers off of the site, it is a nightmare. I'm talking, 4.5, 5 hours to get home from Hanford to your house. I mean, that's just ridiculous. But when they had the ammonia leak a couple months ago, of course, I was happy to hear him say that they're going to get that integrated with Bechtel, because it did not come across the Hanford app. So most of the workers that are going out there were unaware of it. What made people aware of it was all of the vehicles that were going to the VIT plant, flipping Uis in the middle of the roadway because they could not get to work. And so they left, flipped a Ue, went back to wherever. I was getting pictures from friends of mine that, you know, they went to Denny's to eat because they could not get to the WTP. There, it was restricted. So just, you know, things like that, you know, that we don't think about, and maybe an emergency situation doesn't affect all of the workers on the site, but it does affect the WTP, which is before you get to the, you know, 200 East area, and 200 West workers travel into the 200 West area also. So that was an interesting day for traffic. Just a couple of weeks ago, also there was an accident right before the white barricade. It actually happened, like, I want to say 50 feet from the barricade where it actually happened. And you know, traffic was backed up for over an hour just to move that car out of the way. And then, you know, because traffic, you know, if it's not flowing, it's going to be, you know, backed up. So yeah, we tried a different approach this time. Rather than saying, you know, fix the roads and widen the roads, and like we've been saying all along, it's we know how long it takes to get paperwork done. You know, we might have to do some studies on some sagebrush, or, you know, we might have to get some different kinds of permits. And so we thought, you know, this time let's approach it, you know, from a different angle, and say, you know, if you're going to have to do all this anyway, let's see if we can get a head start on that. And then maybe in the future, when we do get funding, I say when we do, because I'm very hopeful that hopefully, you know, sometime here in the near future, someone will see that, you know, the dangers of that roadway, and getting the workers on and off that site safely. But the paperwork will be done then, right? Or at least started. You know, we've been, you know, proactive about it. And so then when the money comes through, then okay, hey, you know, we can start, you know, construction, be it, you know, small or large, either way. So like I said, we decided to take a different approach to it this time. And so, and I am hopeful that DOE, when we get our response back, that it'll actually address our that'll actually address our advice, because the last couple pieces of advice have frankly been disappointing. They did not, you know, they did not address anything that we said in here. Said, yeah, we know we're giving people tickets and we've got reader boards up, and that doesn't make the flow of traffic go any different. So that's my 2 cents. And you did a great job. Thank you for leading this IM team, Richard.
Well, as best I can.
I just asked if anybody on the phone, probably, because I don't see a lot of people around the table that are on the committee. We did go through this in committee, and it did pass the committee. So, you know, if there's anybody who has any comments or questions.
That's a great segue. Our first step in confirming consensus is always confirming that everyone understands what they'd be agreeing to. So does anyone have any questions on the advice as it is written, or the idea behind it? We have one from Tom.
So I see that there's still some TBDs in the advice. There's the title. There's a highlighted references. Do we know what those are before we go forward?
So, maybe any question for Richard? I can answer if need be.
Okay, yeah.
So the advice, that was something that the committee had an action to do, is to give it a proper, more attention-grabbing title. Its predecessor was called traffic safety, and there was an idea behind that didn't convey what they wanted to DOE. The reference, there was a placeholder that somebody had an action to go back after the committee meeting and determine which reference we wanted to use in association with a newly added section of the background.
If I remember right, that reference came from, I remember she was online.
Rose provided
Rose.
the new text, and
Yes.
Aaron Brake provided a potential reference that somebody had the action to go and read and determine if we were satisfied with using that.
Who had the action?
That was undefined.
Oh, so we had an action that nobody knew they were supposed to do. So I think Rose, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that Rose gave this where the reference is right there. I mean, not the actual reference, but the verbiage.
Yeah, the text we wanted to apply a reference to. Yeah.
Yes. So maybe we should ask Rose, is she still online?
That's a good question. Rose, are you still online? The name is there, but we're not getting a response. We might want to check in on that.
Okay.
Okay, so let's deal with the easy question first. Anybody got a suggestion for the title of this?
Chuck may have a suggestion.
But Chuck always has suggestions. I was thinking traffic safety hyphen phased approach.
Well, I was thinking commuter and somehow get commute into the system.
Yeah.
So commuter safety phased approach. What do you think, Rob?
Yeah, I think making it more personal, rather than the general traffic safety, it's protecting the worker. So that's what we want to do, is protect the worker. You know, I don't know. I'm just so frustrated with this whole concept of the roads. I mean, we had I think it was a year and a half ago, we had presentation from DOE offices that says the roads were substandard in the first place. And yet we're not getting anywhere. This is a year and a half later. Anyway, it's just very frustrating. We have to keep doing this over and over and over again. It's the worker. They count. And their response to the last one was, it's the worker's fault. It's all your fault, worker, for creating this traffic problem. No, it's not. Okay, the roads are crappy. Okay, they've already, ranked them. They've got the ranking system. They're in the low threes on acceptability. I don't know. I am frustrated here that we're not getting anywhere with these. So I think you should have the title say something about, preventing the death of workers, or something very seriously that grabs their attention.
Well, but the problem comes down to is because traffic's moving so slow, very few people get killed.
Okay,
I mean, but the reality is, you don't know if that causes mental anguish, which goes along with it, which is where the reference comes in. But that's why I think when we say commuter is the worker. And so I think I won't go along with it too much, Chuck, but I sort of like your safety phased approach. Do you mind adding the commuter in there?
Oh, no, I think that's fine. It's fine.
Typed it in.
So-
Looks like.
Oh, it's typed.
Yeah, right. Sounds like we're settling on commuter safety phased approach, if I've followed correctly.
Now, the only thing we need is that that reference, which I believe was a Harvard study, but maybe that's out of
Richard?
yes.
I included the link to the study in the chat for the meeting. It was a Harvard study about how commuting kills productivity and your best talent suffers. And there's some statistics and things in there about the impacts of commuting.
Okay. So let's pick that study and which supports the overall aspect, because anybody that's been stuck in traffic knows how aggravating it can be. And especially when you're going to get a talk with your manager because you can't get to work on time. So.
Okay, I'll add the reference in a proper format after the fact. Tom, did you have a suggestion for the title?
No, I think what we have there works. I was just trying to figure out a way to talk about how we're really asking them to do the administrative review so that the project can be shovel ready when the time comes. But yeah, I think that this works. Just trying to get
Absolutely. And the other key comes down to is having been the environmental nerd on many projects, you know, the manager, okay, I got my funding, when can I start? And I say, you need an air permit, or are we going to go through a RAD zone? You know, it will be a year. Department of Health is back there. And, you know, they know how many permits I've, you know, somehow magically got done in 6 months rather than a year. But a lot of pre-work has to be done to find the roadway and clear the path for the actual construction. But it's not expensive. It's just time consuming. So
one more action to note on this is that we didn't fill in who it was going to, and it's maybe a question I have. Given the staffing changes, who would be the best recipient at DOE for this?
Whoever's in charge. To whom it may concern, in charge. And yeah, Brian Harkins. And then headquarters, like usual.
well, let me, and just to clarify that I brought up the aspect of the take permit. Now, Washington Department of Transportation Department, which builds highways, has take permits. And what the reason you have a take permit is when you go bulldoze through the desert, you might run over a bird nest. And in, you know, when we were working PFP's demolition, it took 1.5 years for PFP to get approval for a take permit, so that when we had a bird nesting in the middle of the radioactive materials, we could go ahead and take it. And, you know, because you really don't want it to, you don't want to stop demolition in the middle or something of that nature. The same thing goes for road building. Otherwise, you're cut to a time period which is only between, if I remember right, you could start in August and you got until June. And otherwise, you're in nesting season. So, I mean, there are a lot of moving parts to build a big road.
Okay, so I think that resolves all the highlighted actions in here. Moving to the queue, we have Chris has been patiently waiting. What are your thoughts? Yep.
Yeah, this is just a comment on the second bullet item in your background executive summary, and also the second bullet item in the advice. The words "to address" seem to me to be pretty soft and pretty vague. I wonder if we can have a more definitive, stronger set of words, because address, they could address it by saying, "Oh, we've looked at it, we don't see anything to do."
And that would be fine. I mean, it may not be an issue. It was the response originally when we brought this up 2 advices previous was, we're moving the fire station. So and so we aren't going to do anything.
Did you just say this may not be an issue?
I said, when we brought it up to when they had the discussion on the fire station, the response we got back from DOE is, well, we'll look into it. You know, this came from the traffic committee because of the path the fire trucks have to do through the 300 area because they closed the gate.
From what you just said, it doesn't seem to me that, it might even be worth including in this advice, unless you want to make a stronger statement. Develop a plan that addresses potential, that eliminates potential emergency vehicle pedestrian safety issues. But it addresses is a pretty vague, and to me, wimpy statement in an advice topic like this.
The reason why it was added again was because the moving of the fire station now has been delayed. It should be gone by now, but they delayed it and delayed it and delayed it. And so this issue still presents itself with people walking.
It's not the issue, it's the words. To address is a pretty open-ended and soft set of.
It was intended to be open-ended and soft. I mean, the original advice was to open the gate and put in a acceleration lane. That was the original advice 2 advices ago. And the response to that is, it's not worth that. We're moving the fire station and going to close this fire station. Well, that was before 324 got, put in limbo.
Yeah, can I just add also, I don't know if you guys have seen the PNNL windfall that's happened, but there are a lot of new buildings even going up. Where we had the issues before, now it's even worse because, and now there's new buildings where people were walking, and even down off the G-Way extension down there, they're building a whole bunch of new buildings. So right in the middle of the parking lot where there was an issue with pedestrians and emergency vehicles, there is now another building. So there will be more pedestrians walking in that area. So I don't, Chris, I'm not sure what words would you suggest rather than to address that?
I picked up a little bit of your earlier statement. How'd you feel about develop a plan to address?
Pardon?
So I picked up a little bit of your earlier suggestion. You mentioned developing a plan. If we change it to develop a plan to address the emergency vehicle pedestrian safety issues, would that have the level of action you're looking for?
Or determine if these issues actually exist.
Well, or evaluate.
Exist.
Then anyway, I just think those words are too weak and they're too open-ended. And I don't know enough about what the issues are or are not to have the stronger words on it. But I just think I don't like the words "to address."
Well, what if the board advises the DOE to evaluate and address emergency vehicle?
Josh, I think you're changing the wrong one.
No, they have 2 similar bullets, one in the background, which is a summary level of the one in the advice. So we'd want to make those changes in both places.
Right, but the background tells what we told them last time.
You're right. I misunderstood.
If you want to leave to address there and then put words like evaluate or expand a little bit in the actual advice bullet, that would be fine.
Okay, so let's just add in the advice point, board advised DOE to evaluate and address any, or just the emergency vehicle pedestrian interface in the 300 area. How's that?
Okay, can you repeat your part?
All right. The board advises DOE to evaluate and address the emergency vehicle / pedestrian interface issues in the 300 area.
All right, so how do you feel about that, Chris?
Could you read it?
The board advises DOE to evaluate and address the emergency vehicle / pedestrian interface issues in the 300 area, specific to the 300 area fire station, which remain operational for an indeterminate period of time.
Sounds good.
Why do we need the word interface?
What, you want to delete the word?
I don't think it adds anything extra to the statement. It just makes it more wordy. You want to impart urgency, and this is not doing it.
Okay, delete interface.
Did you prefer safety?
I think the word safety needs to be in there.
Yeah, leave safety in. That's critical. Important.
That sounds good.
All right. What do you think, Chris?
I'm okay with it.
All right, sounds like we're resolved. And next, Tom had something he wanted to bring up.
Yeah, looking at the last line in the background, I'm wondering if there's a different way to say, due to DOE's inadequate response, that's less attacking, or maybe due to the level of detail in the response.
How do you feel about that?
I don't think we need to be nice on this issue. People's lives are in danger.
This is a good place to reassert the urgency of this matter. This in this closing sentence.
What if you said, for the reasons above, the HAB is reissuing?
Okay. I just want to throw my personal opinion in there. I think the words need to be in there just the way that it is. I mean, I think it's kind of ridiculous that that this committee has had to, this is, like I said, this is the fourth piece of advice and nothing has been done. We just get the, okay, yeah, we see your advice. You know, a lot of work goes into this and you know, there's a lot of passion about this. And like I said, getting the workers on and off the site safely. And I feel like it needs to reiterate that in this piece of advice. Like, we're serious about this. And, you know, you may come back to us and say, yeah, we read it again, but we'll probably issue another piece of advice. So, you know, at least give us some kind of an answer back that says, you know, other than we're giving speeding tickets and putting up reader boards, because that's not what we're saying here. So in my opinion, I think that it needs to have that language.
The inadequate.
Yeah, the inadequate.
And I'm going to second that.
I prefer to leave it as it was with inadequate, because everybody that read that advice came away with the same reaction. That as far as I know of. I mean, there may be somebody with a different opinion, but this is a big concern. And I am not afraid to sign a letter that says what we really feel.
In the second paragraph, it says the response failed to address the specific advice points, blah, blah, blah. So what if you said, because DOE's response reference to failed to address the specific advice points outlined in advice 313, the HAB is reissuing. You're reiterating that sentence in second paragraph, you're getting it across, but you move kind of a hot letter with inadequate.
Yeah, so
Might not be failed to address
I threw something in the chat
But
too.
But it's not just the stuff that was not addressed. The stuff that was provided did not address.
So
Yeah,
I
so
threw
it's
something
kind
in.
of-
I threw something in chat. The HAB has advised DOE on this topic numerous times, and the agency has not adequately responded. Instead, I changed substantively to adequately there. And then, so just starting off with that little level before we just automatically jump in and say it's an inadequate response might make
Well,
it.
Tom, so
Yep.
so the word inadequate is what you're concerned with.
I think we could change substance. So in the red line
Well,
there.
I mean,
yeah, change that
well,
to adequately.
I think what Chris has proposed will soften it, but also bring the part of the point across. I understand frustration from the chair. I understand frustration for the chair, but can you live with it's saying it a different way, and we've had this discussion, so it's out. All we're doing is removing it in writing. And so what Chris had proposed was due to DOE's quote failure to, where was that? Failure to address
the specific advice
the
points.
specific advice points.
Did you get what he said? Did he put it in the chat? Can you read it to us?
Yeah, it's on screen. Leading into that last
can't
sentence, he added, "The HAB has advised DOE on this topic numerous times, and the agency has not adequately responded," which leads into, with the red lines, due to the level of detail and DOE's response to HAB Advice 319, the HAB is reissuing traffic safety advice and asking DOE for a point-by-point response to the advice.
Well, I think it kind of says the same thing, that they inadequately responded. So if that's what everybody wants to do is change it to that, I think that the tone is still the same.
I think the word level of advice. I still think that we should say it's inadequate, the level that they gave us. It's not good enough, is really what we're saying.
And I think it does, that the agency has not adequately responded.
Well, I like Chris's version better in reiterating what we said in the second sentence of the middle paragraph. Due to DOE's failure to address the specific advice points. Right?
Failure to address is inadequate. It's just a little different way of saying it.
Yeah.
I can live with it.
And then and without reiterating because not all the advices, the previous advices, they're all different to some extent, most all focusing on 4S. So does that take care of it, Tom?
Yeah, I can live with that.
Okay. So where do we, let me see what it looks like.
Let's get Larry in here. Do you have a thought on this paragraph, or do you have another thing?
No, I'm good with the advice as we submitted. But I think that we're losing a little touch with reality here. Is our goal to get a response, or is our goal to advise that the DOE that some action needs to be taken? I think that if they respond to us, that's one thing, and it's probably a good thing. But if they would just take some action and say, yeah, this is a good idea, let's put some money into this and do it. That's our real goal. And so that's my personal opinion. And thanks.
Well, I think the term address is to try and take action.
Can I respond to that? You are absolutely correct. We want them to take action. But we also deserve a response from the DOE to tell us what that action is going to be. And if they can't take action, why?
Okay. Yeah, I agree, Rebecca.
So I guess the question goes down to is on I'm a real hawk on trying to have advice short and sweet. Do we really need that first sentence that Tom had provided?
What do you think, Tom?
I think with Chris's addition, it's not needed.
Okay. I'm trying to conserve electrons.
All right, so is everyone satisfied with this sentence as it is?
Wait, did we take out the inadequately respond part? Is that what we just did?
Yeah, we shortened it. We shortened it, so now it says, due to DOE's failure to address the specific advice points in its response to HAB Advice 319, the HAB is reissuing it, the traffic safety advice, and asking DOE for a point-by-point response to the advice.
Failure to address the specific points is inadequate.
But we took inadequate out.
Yeah.
Well, the words inadequate response doesn't say why it's inadequate. Failure to address
it says
the points and advice, then a specific.
Live with it.
All right, Richard. All right.
All right, sounds like agreement to me. Mia, what are your thoughts?
What is the truce flag? What is that one? I'm not sure. We'll call it truce.
I just want to remind everyone to try and use the queue. I think we're leaving out people online. I know this conversation is really easy to have in the room, but just as someone who's a lot of the times tuning in online, you can feel left out or like you can't get into the conversation because of all of the back and forth in here without using the queue. So I think we need to try to use the queue in order to make sure online voices are also heard in the conversation. Just a reminder.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like questions have been resolved. We're moving on to things we can or can't live with. Are there any more items we need to address within the advice?
Can we take a vote?
If everyone can live with it as it is, if everyone understands it, we can start looking to make sure everyone can support it. Rebecca has something.
Did we determine who we were going to send it to? Did we?
Sounds like the agreement there was Brian Harkins. Megan can confirm.
Right, but that's not the only person.
I would recommend Vanessa Turner as well, because she's I don't think acting, she's just the AM over infrastructure. So,
well,
acting.
Typically we send these to headquarters also.
Yeah, and that's totally fine.
Right. So it's not just Brian Harkins.
So
we have, right, but they're not all, is this
So
I'm asking, is this page here, is this who all we're gonna send this to, or do we need to determine that?
those are, so there's the direct people who are addressed, and then there's everyone who's CC'd, assuming they're not directly, it's not directly addressed to them. So typically, since this is very DOE centric, last time we sent the traffic advice to Brian Vance, where with everyone else on that back page copied on it.
Okay, so all of these will be at least, get copies of it.
So for right now, I left the Hanford field office representative off. We have Roger Jarrell at EM, we have Stephanie Schleif with Ecology, Davine at EPA, Megan Tripp, Roberto and Ryan, and then we have all the other site-specific advisory boards. You have the Oregon and Washington congressional delegations, and then Jessica Keys, who requested to receive all HAB advice.
Jessica Keith, okay. And do we have someone from the tribes?
They're not as advice recipients that I've seen in the past, but they're all on the board, so they're in.
Right.
They have the opportunity to provide their consensus to this. We have,
Yeah, I'm just curious since we heard that DOE was in talks with the tribes about this, and I don't know who specifically those people are.
Right. Well, I think it was just simply the conversation to see what they're, it was very preliminary.
So can I get a repeat on the other person this was suggested this goes to? Vanessa? Is this Turner? Okay.
Vanessa Turner. Yeah. If you guys are okay with that.
Sure. All right, and then, so in queue, we have Chuck Lopresti, and then we have Tom. Chuck, go ahead.
Thank you. I was wondering if we have a subject chosen yet for this guy. It still says commuter safety phase approach. I thought it was not a good subject. So what else have we come up with?
It was my impression that everyone was in general agreement. Was there anyone that was not pleased with that one?
Well, here's an alternative. I wrote down in the chat, it's urgent to protect the safety of commuting workers. Would that be satisfactory for this subject?
Okay, so I thought that was a comment. I'll put that on screen. What does everyone think about that as a alternative title? And people aren't as pleased with that as a title. Would you be able to live with it as commuter safety phased approach, Chuck?
I'm sorry. I was muted. I could live with it, but I think it's not strong enough.
Well, what if we, I'm just wondering about the urgent, because we realize that this project, I mean, the whole intent of this advice is to recognize that it's going to take a lot of time to do this work. So, you know, what you previously put up there, well, can you read? Where was it?
It's urgent to protect the safety of commuting workers.
Well, I'm just saying
And that's not, that can be wordsmithed, of course.
Well, no, I'm just saying just protecting the safety of commuting workers as a purpose, you know, take the urgent out, because this is, I mean, other than the 300 area fire station, nothing's going to be done quickly.
Sure.
And urgent tells me, yeah, you expect something real quick. and that takes away Chuck's phased approach. What does people think of that?
Oh, this is Chuck. I'm good with it.
Okay, so let's go back. Just take the urgent part out.
Sure, sure, I agree.
Okay, so how about a title of protecting the safety of commuting workers? And that better addresses the 300 area fire station issues.
How about protect instead of protecting?
Okay, I'm good with it. Who suggested that one? Yeah.
Yeah. New title, protect the safety of commuting workers. Anyone who disagrees with that? What are your thoughts, Chris?
Hanford site. Chris,
Microphone.
Mike.
That we're talking about Hanford
Okay, so
and Hanford
Chris,
site commuter workers.
so Chris added, protect the safety of Hanford site commuting workers, clarifying that those are the individuals this advice is focused on.
Yes.
Good.
All right, sounds resolved to me. Anyone left? All right, I think we're moving on to, oh, Tom, did you have, what do you feel about this title?
I'm good with the title. If you could scroll down a little bit. That reference needs to get fixed.
Yeah, so it was my understanding earlier that we agreed to go with the reference provided in committee. So I have an action of formatting this correctly.
Okay.
Any other items to address? I'm seeing thumbs up. Can everyone live with this? All right, so it sounds like we understand it. We can live with it. And I think we're about ready to go around the room and make sure everyone can support it. All right, I'm not seeing any objections, so I think we're going to do that. Richard, do you support this advice as written?
Yes.
All right, that's City of West Richland.
Yes.
That's City of Pasco.
Yes.
So that's Brian Ivy, Public at Large. You want to say your name and affiliation as who's confirming it?
You want me to say my name?
Make things a little easier so I don't have to call on everyone.
Brian Ivy, Public at Large. I agree. Yes.
Rebecca Holland, Hamtech. I agree.
Susan Coleman, Public at Large. I'm good.
Mia Burke, Hanford Challenge. I support it.
Pam Larson, Benton County. I support it.
Jesus Mota, Columbia Basin College, support it.
Been to the other side of the table, Rob.
Rob Parmley, non-union, non-management, I support it.
Michelle Holt, BF Cog, I support.
Chris Sutton, local environmental interest, yes.
Going to run down our folks attending online. Aaron, do you support this?
Aaron Siefkin, Central Washington Building Trades. We support it.
And Chuck Torelli.
Chuck Torelli, City of Kennewick, I support it.
Chuck Lopresti.
Chuck Lopresti, League of Women Voters, I support it.
So I'm looking for the next person on the list. Kermit, how do you feel?
Let's see, Kermit Mankiller and Esper's Tribe. I'm going to abstain at this time.
Okay. Are there any issues we need to address?
No specific issues. I'm the alternate, so I think that I'll abstain at this point.
Yeah, so because Christy is not, sorry, is that Christy? Yeah, because Christy isn't online to represent your seat, you can serve as the census.
Yeah, I'm just unsure of the history of the issue. So I think it's in our best interest to abstain. I don't have any objections to it. I'll put it that way.
All right, well, I'll note that. All right, so Kevin, do you support the advice?
Yes, Kevin Danby, Grant and Franklin, I support.
Larry Brandt?
Larry Brandt, Public at Large, I support it.
Matt Campbell?
Matthew Campbell, CTYR, abstain.
Rose?
Yeah, Rose Ferry, Yakima Nation. Can you scroll to where I can see what's up a little further? I'm trying to figure out which way to take. No, go the other way. I'm sorry. Thank you. So the actual, I just want to make sure I'm understanding what the actual work that's going to be done is going to be. You know what? I'm also going to abstain from the vote on this, and only I am going to tell you why. Is because I actually, any type of, I'm all for safety and dealing with safety issues and all of that. I have no issues with that. However, depending on what they're going to do out there with regards to actual work, I will be commenting on the Section 106 process and the impacts, potential impacts on cultural resources by any projects that will ensue from this advice potentially. And so because of that, I will reserve my comment and do them in another forum on the Section 106 process. And so I will abstain from this vote, if that makes sense.
That does, and I will. So checking on the last seat I see online, Tom, do you support this advice?
Tom DeCelia, Oregon Department of Energy, we approve or support the advice.
Right. So some comments on the consensus process. We have quorum, and a quorum of people have supported this. Because it's not unanimous consensus, we will note on the advice the level of consensus achieved. But with that, we have achieved consensus, and this advice will be processed, signed, and sent onward to our addressee. Any closing thoughts?
Josh, I have a clarification question. We need to write on the advice under that level of consensus the members that abstained. I think it needs to be specific.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just wanted to
the
make
seats that abstain and reasons where appropriate.
Yeah, so that was going to be my comment as well, except for we did not have any objections to the advice. Also, just people who abstained.
Correct. And well, with that, I think this agenda item is concluded. Are there any closing thoughts before we can leave for lunch?
Signed up for, we're asked to bring back to Ricky and Suzanne. Be here at 1.
And with that, we're departing for lunch. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock for the holistic agreement presentation. Thank you, everyone.
All right. So I guess we'll start. I'll introduce myself and then Ricky can introduce himself and then we sort of do a tag off through the presentation where he's got a few slides and then I have a few slides. So I'm Suzanne Dahl from the Washington State Department of Ecology and the Nuclear Waste Program. I'm the Tank Waste Treatment Section Manager. Anything having to do with treating tank waste or disposing of tank waste is in my section.
And good afternoon. I'm Ricky Banga with the U.S. Department of Energy as the Acting Assistant Manager for Tank Waste Operations. My responsibility includes areas with tank farms, 222S laboratory, tank waste storage, treatment, and receipt of secondary waste from the WTP facilities as well. And today I am covering for Delvar Noyes, who's listed on the slide deck this afternoon. We'll go ahead and check back with Michelle.
Not seeing anyone yet.
Okay, we'll go ahead and we'll get started then. So the purpose of this briefing is that last year we came and talked to the board and provided a similar briefing that talked about the proposed changes to both the tri-party agreement and the consent decree. And this changes were done through something that we called holistic negotiations, and we came up with the holistic agreement. And that agreement, which included changes to the tri-party agreement and changes to the consent decree, went through public comment. It went through tribal consultations. We issued a public responsiveness summary of the comments, and the agreement was finalized last January. Well,
this past January.
Past January. So we're here today to share with you sort of an overview of the agreement and things that may have changed sort of along the way and some updates. And to do a little bit of a background, back in 2020, which seems like a long time ago, the tri-party agreement agencies, so that's EPA, the Department of Energy, and the Department of Ecology, began a federally mediated negotiations to identify an agreeable path forward for the Hanford tank waste mission. So that includes how retrievals move forward and how the treatment moves forward, because we had gotten to the point where some of the milestones were being missed. And so we needed to true up the direction and make sure that we had an agreeable direction. So on May 23rd, the three agencies announced that we had a conceptual agreement after those 3 years of negotiations. And then about a year later, we had the agreement finalized. And then we went out with that agreement to public comment. We had a 120-day review and public comment period. During that time, we briefed the Hanford Advisory Board. We had 3 public meetings and we did tribal consultation. And following the public process, we developed a response to comments document and we published that December 2024. And we finalized the agreement in January. Excuse me. And so that's sort of the beginning of everything. And now Ricky and I will sort of talk through what's in the agreement and what the status of things are.
Great. And let me start by just providing kind of the geographic location of what we'll talk about through the holistic agreement. So on this slide, this graphic, we'll start kind of at the bottom and I'll work up. Down below at the slide, this graphic is the waste treatment and immobilization plant. You'll note some of the facilities for the low activity waste. That is currently in the commissioning phase. Just west of those facilities is high level waste, which is one of the items that we talk about in the holistic agreement. Moving further west is the tank farms, with AP farm being the tank farms where we treat the tank waste and feed it to the waste treatment and immobilization plant. towards the right, some of the green boxes with the lettering, you'll note the single shell tank farms. A farm and AX farms are two that I do want to point out here. And all of this is captured in what we call the 200 East area, and a lot of the holistic agreement is maintained for the 200 East area and the waste treatment and immobilization plant. What the holistic agreement will also speak to is the 200 West area, which is about 7 to 8 miles further west of the 200 East area. And I'll touch on some of the other double shell and single shell tank farms in those two areas in the next slides. So it's kind of a zoom into the 200 East area. Again, note the waste treatment and immobilization plant. This area captures several major facilities, including the low activity waste facility, as well as the high level waste facility. In the center of 200 East area are the double shell and single shell tanks farms within 200 East. The AP farm is an area where much of our treatment activities take place. And then AX farms are the current single shell tanks farms where retrieval activities are taking place or are called out in our consent decree and holistic agreement. Next slide. In the 200 West area, again, this area is about 7 to 8 miles west of the 200 East area. This is where we will see a lot more activity ramp up as part of the holistic agreement. There is a single double shell tank farm, SY farm, noted in the 200 West area over on the left side. And then there are 6 single shell tank farms. And the ones that we'll talk on today quite a bit will include the SX, S, and U farm, single shell tanks.
Okay. Just one quick note, Suzanne. I think Michelle's online now.
All right. Michelle, do you, we did introductions in the very beginning. I want to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself.
Thank you. I apologize for joining late. I had a urgent phone call I had to attend to. All right, I'm getting a bad echo. I'm Michelle Mullen. I'm with EPA Region 10. I'm the Senior RCRA Policy Advisor and our lead negotiator for EPA through the last stages of this holistic agreement. And I think that's all I have to say for now.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. So what is the holistic agreement? And at its biggest place, we'd like to, I think all three parties agree that it's a realistic and achievable course for continuing the cleanup of the 56 million gallons of radioactive and chemical waste that's in the large underground storage tanks out at Hanford. And this agreement sets the course for what tank waste retrieval and tank waste treatment is going to look like at least through the 2040 timeframe. And it was educated by some various documents along the way, including there was an alternative analysis that was done for the high-level treatment mission. There's system plan documents that happen every 3 years, having to put a systematic look at what the whole life cycle looks like at the Hanford tank farms and the waste treatment of that. And then it was also educated by the test bed initiative. There was an environmental assessment associated with it, an environmental, a waste incidental to reprocessing that was done with it, or a WIR. And there was an EPA variance that was given to be able to treat the 2,000 gallons that was part of the test bed initiative. So those are some documents and some activities that went into supporting the holistic negotiations. There's obviously other things in the entire discussion. And at the broadest level, the holistic agreement, it consists of 3 parts. There's this upfront agreement which is sort of an odd duck sitting up front. It has some, we'll go into it in a little bit more detail, but it has some legalese and some other things defined. And then there were changes to the consent decree. And if people don't know, the consent decree is a decree that was reached through legal actions and was filed in front of a federal judge. And it's a decree to the state of Washington and to Department of Energy on how to get the tank waste mission up and going and how to get the initial retrievals up and going. And then it was also, thirdly, changes to the tri-party agreement, which you probably all know, but that's sort of the governing document. It's a consent order and agreement that is signed between the three agencies that outline how all of the cleanup is done at Hanford. And I think I may have misspoke. The consent decree is also signed with EPA as well, with the judge, or it's not.
I think
It's just between Department, yeah, okay. So it's just between the Department of Energy and Department of Ecology. Sorry about that. So then to go into a little bit more detail of these three parts. So just I want to talk about the odd duck document that sits in the front. It's the settlement agreement, and it has a bunch of legalese of how the agreement is going to act and how it's going to modify the consent decree. And then it also and how there's going to be public involvement. And then specifically, the settlement agreement went and addressed some issues that didn't fit neatly anywhere else. And they consist of the things that I'm about to talk about. So the first thing was it included DOE agreeing to forbear from applying the high-level waste interpretation that was forwarded by the Department of Energy a few years ago. They agreed to forbear or to not use that interpretation at Hanford for the purpose of disposing or treating tank waste or closing tank waste. And they agreed to do it for a period of time. That doesn't mean that you can't do high-level waste high-level waste changes to the definition of which waste is considered high level. It means that you can use the processes that already existed within the Department of Energy orders, like the waste incidental to reprocessing determination, or the acronym is using a WIR. And some other things that were outlined in the settlement agreement were that there needed to be ongoing negotiations to the appendices, the tri-party agreement Appendix H, which is about tank retrievals, and Appendix I, which is tank closure. And I believe Stephanie Schleif earlier today talked a little bit about those ongoing negotiations. It also discussed that there were some off-site grout disposal conditions. So we'll talk about it in a minute. This is one of these things that you get the cart before the horse, and we end up talking about this provision before we talk about where the grout is going to occur and what tank waste is going to be grouted. But Ricky will get that in a minute. But what we came up with some provisions, and one, if waste is going to be grouted, it's going to go off-site to disposal. It's not going to stay within the state of Washington or the Hanford site. And two, you'd only be able to produce as much grout as you could have leaving. So the idea here is you're trying to prevent this orphaned waste situation where you produce a bunch of grout, but yet not enough of it has left and gone to offsite disposal. So we call it the just-in-time provisions. And then it also provided the idea that in 2040, we would come back and relook at these specific grout discussions. And then the last thing that the settlement agreed to do was that there's obviously things that the Department of Energy has to do around the National Historic Preservation Act and around the National Environmental Policy Act. And that it just was clear in stating that those obligations and opportunities were still there. And so to talk about some changes, so Ricky and I will divide this. I'll do the tank waste treatment side and he'll jump in on the retrieval. So there were some changes to the consent decree that we talked about. And so what it did is it maintained the dates for getting the direct feed low activity plant up and going, which is in 2025, August of this year. And it maintained that commitment, and it maintained the commitment to getting the high level waste vitrification facility up and running by 2033. It committed to immobilizing the waste via vitrification through both of those plants. And it also looked at, okay, if you all remember, the waste treatment complex is a series of, three really, well, it's probably 5 important buildings, but 3 important buildings, one of which is the pretreatment facility, which separates the waste from low activity waste to low activity feed to high level feed. And then there's the high level vitrification building and the low activity vitrification building. And so what the change to this consent decree commitment and milestone commitments was that it put a milestone in place for a future negotiation to decide what pretreatment would look like. Would it be in the existing pretreatment facility? Would it be in another facility? What actual pretreatment activities would happen in those? That it put it off until a time that coincides with the high level plant up and running, and with the idea that you sort of separate out the activities and get the high level plant up and running and see how things are going, and then be able to build the additional pretreatment system wherever that is at a later date, and commit to that at a later date. So in addition, so we talked about that. So how are you going to have this without, right now, the direct feed low activity plant runs without that pretreatment facility, because we have the tank side cesium removal system, which takes care of the treatment on the low activity side. And so what we'll do for the high level side is they'll feed the waste directly from the tank farms through a newly built, yet to be designed and yet to be permitted facility through a vault system. And then from that vault system, it'll go to the high level vitrification plant. And then another facility that's newly needed is when you run the high level facility, it's a melter. It operates at high temperatures. On its backside, it has a long series of off-gas equipment there to protect the airstream. And from that, quite a bit of liquid effluent is derived. And that previously, that liquid effluent would go back to the pretreatment plant. And the plan was to go back to the pretreatment plant. It would be evaporated, and then it would be sent back past the melters again. In this case, since we're moving forward with a direct feed high level approach without the pretreatment plant in place, initially that waste will go back to the double shell tanks and be contained there, and eventually it will be fed past the melter again. But and then after a few years, a liquid effluent management facility will be built that will be able to take that high level liquids and be able to evaporate it down and do the similar job that the pretreatment evaporators were going to be doing.
Thanks, Suzanne. And I think that kind of explains the approach for having the direct feed low activity waste program really up and running this year, and then why we're still able to maintain the dates for the high level waste facility that's in the consent decree. Moving on then to, the retrievals of tank waste. The holistic agreement, again, also maintains the current dates for retrievals of A and AX tank farms. So no change to those dates, but there is a condition now within the consent decree for the B2 milestone for retrieving A farm tanks that would evaluate the retrievals of A104 and A105 following a retrieval technology evaluation that I'll get to in a little bit. It also updates the TPA milestone and schedule for completing the A103 tank to be consistent with the consent decree milestone that's covered in the first bullet. So A103 had been in the TPA, had a different date than what was in the consent decree for the A-Farm tanks. The holistic agreement now lines up all the A-Farm tanks to be completed in 2028. I think that's accurate. Slide on the next slide, slide 12. Following the completion of tank waste retrievals in 200 East area, right? So C farm retrievals were completed, AX farm field operations were completed. We're currently in the midst of retrieving the first 2 tanks within A farm. Following the retrievals of the A farm tanks by 2028, we've committed in the holistic agreement to retrieve 22 tanks from Hanford's 200 West area by 2040. Those 22 tanks would be retrieved from the S, SX, and U farm tanks. As part of retrieval of those tanks, the low activity portion of the waste from 200 West area would be treated and then disposed of at out-of-state disposal locations that we've yet to determine. The grouting of said waste in those locations are also to be determined as we go through all the regulatory processes. Suzanne mentioned earlier that as part of the settlement agreement, there were some conditions in place with regard to grouting. That does include this just-in-time process of treating that low activity waste portion for disposal off-site. And again, that means that we would not have a significant inventory of pre-treated material that we would be storing on site. We would have to ensure that we're able to continually transport this treated waste for off-site disposal. And the 2 conditions that we maintain that just-in-time inventory and that we are grouting and disposing in off-site locations, those conditions remain in place at least through 2040 as part of the upfront settlement agreement material.
Do you want to talk about the SA a little bit there?
Yeah, I can mention some of the activities that we have planned to kind of initiate these West area activities. Since the holistic agreement was signed, we did put a West area tank treatment mission supplemental analysis out for public review and comment. The comment period runs from February 23rd, March 23rd to May 23. It's a 60-day public comment period that ends May 23rd. That does cover the options that we've evaluated for tank waste treatment in West area, options for grouting, transport, and off-site disposal and the environmental impacts associated with it. There is a waste incidental to reprocessing that we still plan to issue this year for public comment and a public meeting as well on the waste incidental to reprocessing for West area. All right. On the next slide, I mentioned before that as part of the consent decree milestones and retrieving of the A tank farm, there is also a commitment to evaluate technologies for retrieving our tank waste in support of specifically A104 and A105 as well. We would convene an independent expert panel in consultation with the Department of Ecology for this expert panel to evaluate, analyze available retrieval technologies for single shell tank retrievals. This independent panel would evaluate the tank conditions for A farm, S, SX, U farm, as look at the available technologies that could be deployed in single shell tanks. This panel, again, will be, chartered, developed in consultation with the Department of Ecology. And this panel will then issue a recommendation to the Department of Energy on available technologies for single shell tank retrievals. Another aspect to the holistic agreement is the agreement that 1 million gallons of multi-purpose storage space is designed and constructed in the 200 West area. What that means is it may be a million-gallon tank, or it may be multiple tanks that provide up to at least 1 million gallons of storage capacity in 200 West area. That provides the operational flexibility to support the retrievals in the 200 West area. And that's just not limited to SX or U farm. That may include the TYTX farm retrievals in the future. That construction of the 1 million gallons of multi-purpose storage space would be completed by the year 2040. On slide 14, a couple other items that are captured in the holistic agreement that as part of the changes to the tripartite agreement, we will activate the cross-site transfer lines. The cross-site transfer lines connect the 200 West and the 200 East areas on the Hanford site. The transfer lines include a supernate line and a slurry line. The supernate line would be commissioned or reactivated by 2030, and the slurry line by 2036. Those lines will be activated to support the connections between 200 East and 200 West areas. The holistic agreement also revises the frequency at which we negotiate or conduct negotiations following the conduct of the system plan. Those negotiations occur every 3 and 6 years to negotiate the identification of tanks, the number of tanks that would be retrieved for the following 6-year period after a system plan. And that allows us to identify to ecology the number of tanks that we would retrieve in that time frame. The holistic agreement still maintains the existing milestones for retrieval of single shell tanks, maintains the existing milestone for closure of single shell tanks, and the treatment of all tank waste by the dates listed on the slide here. It does revise the above end dates once we have the high level waste facility, tank waste treatment up and running again. And so that we will revisit those milestones at a later date.
So one of the things before we go on to questions that I wanted to make sure that we talked about is when we went out for public comment and did the consultation and talked to the Hanford Advisory Board, we had obviously a series of public comments, and we did make some changes in the agreement, and specifically the one I'm thinking of, and if you can think of anything else, let me know. But there was a lot of concern that the supplemental analysis was gonna be out and be out there available for the public, but that it was mistimed with a milestone that was making a decision on whether the tank waste from the 22 tanks would be grouted on site or near site or at the receiving disposal facilities. And they felt that SA needed to be out there and have its public comment and us receive that public comment prior to that decision being made. And so then it was that milestone was moved by about 6 months to December of this year.
Correct. And I think that's the milestone for us to select the alternative treatment technology for the 200 West area. And I think probably just to summarize kind of where the tank waste mission is going, right? I kind of go back to the big picture with WTP, 200 East and 200 West, is we still have the plan for commissioning direct feed low activity waste in 2025. That remains unchanged. That supports the treatment from a P farm feed to the low activity waste facility and the vitrification of tank waste in 25. What the holistic agreement then, well, we also are then wrapping up A farm retrievals in the 200 east, southeast quadrant by 2028. And then it adds additional activities while DF law is operating to the 200 west area. Additional treatment capabilities will be available in 200 west. These SY, S, SX, and U farm tanks with treatment, retrievals, offsite disposal, allowing continued progress with retrievals, tank waste treatment, and offsite disposal. So that's kind of the progress for the tank waste mission through 2040. Anything else to add?
Well, then really embracing the approach of the direct feed on the high level plant as well, so that you don't have to have a pre-treatment system being built at the same time as you're building a high level plant. You can concentrate on building the high level plant, getting it commissioned,
Mm-hmm.
and getting it doing its job, so we have a success there, and then being able to resolve how to do the sludge pre-treatment later.
Yes. Michelle, any comments you want to add?
I think the only comment I'd like to add is, just to make sure that the HAB understands also that when DOE makes a decision about the offsite treatment and disposal. Sorry, I'm going to mute my speakers. Okay, that if the waste is going out of state to be grouted and disposed of, then like we did for the testbed initiative, EPA would be authoring a variance from the RCRA land disposal restrictions, and that would be based on whatever petition that DOE submits to us. So, it would be a combination of like DOE's decision about what they want to do, and then they would request that from us, and then we would approve or not approve that petition, or more likely work with DOE to get to a approvable petition. But yeah, that's all I wanted to add, just to make that clear to folks.
Great.
With that, I think we're ready for questions, right? We'll start with Mia.
I have a few questions, and you can maybe put me at the end of the queue, Josh, for more. Thank you for sharing this with us and being here today to answer questions. My first is related to the public meetings that occurred last summer for the holistic agreement, where first it was said that tens of millions of gallons, and then it kind of got more specific, around 15 millions of gallons of waste was going to be sent offsite and grouted. And now looking at the supplement analysis, it's looking like it's 22 to 24 tanks, 32 to 39 million gallons of waste. And then there's the H2C supplemental data report that's talking about 44 tanks as a possibility for later on. And so I'm curious, about these changes in volume. Why such a big jump from 15 to 32 to 39? And then how much would it be if it really ends up being 44 tanks?
Yeah, thanks. That's a good question, Ed. That was something that we worked through when we developed the NEPA supplemental analysis for the 200 West area. And the reason for the difference in numbers is when we evaluate the environmental impacts for either transport or disposal for NEPA or for the waste incidental to reprocessing, each evaluation or the impacts will depend on kind of the assumptions that you make. So when we talk about transport, we looked at what would be the greatest volume that we would have to transport. And that's where you may see that higher number of 32 or 39 million gallons. So from a air emissions, from a truck transport perspective, the higher volume results in the greater impact. That's why in one section you will see that number. On the other end is if you have a lower volume, you may have higher concentrations of radionuclides, and that's why you'll see with some of the impact evaluations, you'll see a lower number. I think what we tend to use is the 32 million gallons when we talk about the 22 to 24 tanks. The volume also differs when you're talking about that volume as it's split between the single shell tanks and the double shell tanks, because we also have to empty out the SY tank farm in order to retrieve the single shell tanks into the double shell tanks. And so that's why you see 15 to 25 and then the 32 to 39. It depends on how you're breaking it down between the double shell tanks, whether you're including the double shell tanks as part of the single shell tank number, and then whether you're considering the impact from the greatest volume that you'll have to transport or the highest concentration, which may be low volume, high concentration as far as impacts to the environment. And then the larger number I think you mentioned was the 44 tanks. That would be all of the tanks within SSX&U farm, whereas the 22 tanks that we would be retrieving is just a fraction of the total number of tanks, single shell tanks in SSX&U.
And do you happen to know the volume for if it was all 44? Is that something you have off the top of your head?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you want me to, Josh, I can go to the back of the queue if that's.
That's up to you. We have time.
Okay. So can you walk us through kind of step by step what the documents are that you're going to need? Michelle mentioned the treatability variants. I know that you all mentioned the WEIR as well. What other documents are needed for this to go forward? What are we kind of waiting on for this to happen?
Which activity are you speaking to leading up to?
The WARM, like the WARM project, grouting the waste.
Let's see. There's a lot there, right? So, with retrievals, we'll continue to follow our existing processes. For tank waste treatment, transport, offsite disposal, we kind of look at the testbed initiative as kind of the template for a lot of the regulatory documentation that we had for what we plan to bring to the West area. And so for the testbed initiative, we had the NEPA documentation, we had the waste incidental reprocessing, we had a land disposal requirement treatment variance, and obviously we also had the permit associated with that initiative as well. I think we'll have similar documentation for the West area tank treatment mission. Anything else to add to the list?
I mean, just to be a little, I think you got the list in whole right. I think to be a little more specific on the permitting, there would be air permitting and dangerous waste or RCRA permitting on a series of different facilities. There'd be upgrades to the double shell tank SY farm. So that would be a permit modification. There'd be a brand new tank side cesium removal system in the West. That would be a new unit in the site-wide permit. There may or may not be an on-site solidification facility depending on where things are solidified. So that would be a new permitted activity. And then there's also load and unload areas, which might be encased in one of the facilities that we just talked about, or might have a standalone RCRA permits for it.
There was also mention of a business case analysis, I know, during those public meetings last summer. Has that already happened, and is that publicly available, or are you still waiting on that?
The business case analysis for the grout, I think that was completed. I think if you look at the expression of interest that was released, I think last fall or winter from Washington River Protection Services, that expression of interest contained kind of the our request for vendor and commercial data for grout options. There was a grout industry day held in February of 2025 where commercial vendors presented their capabilities for grouting of treated low activity waste. The business case, I think, is still in development and draft based on the information that we have available.
I wanted to add to back on the what documents are we expecting? Another permitting type of document that will most likely be needed is our PCB approvals for the tank waste retrievals and EPA issues those.
That's right. Yes. So the business case has not been issued. Has not been issued yet.
But is it an internal document that we'll never be able to see, or would it be released publicly once it's done?
I'll have to check on what we plan to do with it.
Okay, thank you.
And next up, we have Brian Ivy, followed by Rob Davis and Matt Hendrickson. Go ahead, Brian.
Hi, Ricky. Thanks for coming. So is the goal to grout or transport all of West area?
I'll say that the goal is to retrieve grout and transport at least the 22 tanks that we committed to.
Okay. Well,
and then we would come back and make a decision with ecology and EPA on the remaining tanks in West area.
Okay. Yeah, the question was, why would we activate the cross-site transfer lines? That was the case.
For the sludge.
The cross-site is still needed. The storyline is still needed to get some of the West area sludge over to East area.
Okay.
And so if you look at the timing, right, we maintain the timeline for WTP high level waste in 33, and then the cross-site storyline is in 36. So you kind of have operations of WTP high level waste. Storyline comes in just a couple years after that. It also gives you the flexibility to then also transport material from west to east to maximize your just efficiencies with treating that tank waste.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
One, you would need in answering the question, even if all of SSX and you were to go through a similar process, you still need the cross site for the supernate associated with the T groupings.
The T farm tanks?
Yeah, the T farm tank.
It gives you the most operational flexibility as well for the site.
And maybe it's clear to everybody and maybe it's not, but the waste that's applicable to being grouted and shipped off site as low activity waste is the supernate, the liquids, and the salt cake. And the sludges is primarily more of a high level waste feed.
So, so when you take you were talking about the 22 tanks, you're still leaving in the sludge. You're not completely cleaning those tanks, are you?
We'll retrieve those tanks because we have to retrieve the tanks, which would include any sludge that we can retrieve from it.
And the sludge would be separated where?
It would be stored in our double shell tanks until we can then transfer it over to East area or WTP high level waste for treatment.
There's still going to be a whole lot of supernate in that transfer. I mean, not all of it's dissolved, you know,
right?
So, okay. Because it seems like there's a missing link there. Okay, I did want to ask a couple other questions here. One is, you're talking about these potential vaults. Are we still interested in separating the A, B, C, and D waste in that West Farm? how are we going to keep those separated? Because a lot of those are incompatible with each other.
And so I think we'll have a strategy that will develop as a result of the holistic agreement to be able to do that within the AP tank farm.
Unknown then. Okay. Another thing that really struck me here is that engineers, I mean, we have participated, I, in one case, participated in discussions on expert panels that have performed to give us the answer on the best way to extract the waste out of it. Everything from the Mars unit to, drilling a hole in the top of the tank with garnet and the issues surrounding that. Why do we need another one? To our knowledge, there's no other technologies that we haven't explored. So when we talk about setting up another expert panel, it's 3 and 4 years of expert panels before they come up with a decision. All indications is they come up with the same answers we know now. I don't know what the delay is there. Really. I mean, the only new one that I know that, if anything, would be the dry. And dry storage, that means you're going to have to put evaporators on top of the, dehumidifiers on top of each of the tanks. You've already ruled that out from the vapor study that would be impractical to filter that. So, I just am struggling with how long it takes, and every new set of management that comes in, we just got to put the papers under here and start again. And I'm kind of frustrated with a lot of that. Can you explain why that we're not using all of the stuff we have in the past, or is it that nobody remembers?
Let me start off with maybe trying to explain the intent of the milestones, and Suzanne can add to that. But again, the A tank farm retrieval milestone remains the same. And so we would still continue to retrieve out of A tank farm. We committed to retrieve 22 tanks out of West area. If there isn't the technologies available to retrieve A104 and A105, we'll retrieve 2 additional tanks out of S, SX, and U. So that allows us to still continue to retrieve the same number of tanks by 28 and by 2040 out of East and West area. As far as, evaluating of technology, if there are no new technologies that the expert panel identifies, I think I can understand and accept that. But it's still, I think, always a good idea to evaluate just the state of the technology to see if there is anything that we could deploy to retrieve A104 and A105 to the best extent possible. And so we're not delaying the retrieval in the number of tanks by 28 or 40. It's just a matter of which tanks that will retrieve during those timeframes.
And I guess the only thing I would add is that it was aimed at getting some specific technology choices for those 2 A tanks that are problematic.
Yep.
Then the segregations of the waste?
It is the regarding the tank conditions, so the tank bottom, the interferences within the tank, and the challenges with the tank liner in A104 and 5.
Oh, I was talking about the chemical compatibility of the various wastes.
I think our challenges are with the interferences within 4 and 5.
So we did spend a lot of time designing the WTP to avoid thermal excursions because of the mixing of different types of waste.
So he's going back to the first question of segregating the feed envelopes of A, B, and C, B being the sludges. And
there's a lot of effort put into the high-level waste vitrification development based upon the different classifications of that waste. Okay, so then I'll give up on now and I'll come back with another question afterwards, because it's not, I was told to ask it next. Okay, so I'll leave it.
All right, so we have about 10 minutes left on this item. Maybe 5-person queue. We got Matt Hendrickson, Chris in the room. We got Matthew Campbell online. Then we may loop back to Mia and Rob if we have time. Matt Hendrickson, please go ahead.
All right, I'll start with my quick comment. I would really like to see, I know you don't control the weir, but if you can encourage headquarters to move that along, it would be much appreciated. I'd really like to see that come out and have comments completed before milestone M6264 is due at the end of this year. It'll help us understand what facilities are needed a little better. Will the tech panel have public access so that we can take a look at it, or otherwise watch the proceedings? And the more important comment, more for Michelle and you, Ricky, what kind of thoughts has DOE and EPA put behind these treatment variances? Like a time frame, and are you thinking that's a tank by tank basis, or are you going to go so big as a whole farm, and how that might increase the timeline to get these treatability variances out the door?
Okay, let me tackle the expert panel question first. I don't recall what we committed to in the milestone for the public access there. I know we will have ecology in attendance in all the expert panel meetings. Suzanne, I don't know if you remember the language. I'll have to get back. I have to check, Matt, to see what that language says. On the LDR variants, I don't have a timeline on what we'll end up doing for the LDR variants yet. Sorry, I just don't have that at this time.
All right.
Again, from our perspective at EPA, we would be approving or disapproving the petition that we receive, rather than telling DOE how many tanks to put in their petition or whatnot.
All right. So next up, we have Chris.
I apologize for being dense about this, and it's probably my naivety about tank farms, but I really don't understand your answer to the difference in volumes that you gave to Mia. If I look up in Phoenix, for example, in all those 22 tanks, plus whatever, I get a specific volume of supernatant. Okay. Now, there may be some plus or minuses to those. So when you add them all up, you get, let's say, 20 million plus or minus something. Now that 20 million is 20 million. It's not going to change when you send it through the pretreatment to remove cesium or whatever. You're gonna grout that volume. Mm-hmm. And I don't understand how that volume, which is actual liquids in tanks, can vary by 100% from 15 million to possibly as high as 39 million. A volume's a volume, and it's not going to change. So there ought to be one specific number, plus or minus, given the uncertainties of measurement, that you're talking about grouting and shipping. And that irrespective of whether it's higher concentration, lower concentration, that volume isn't going to change.
I think to clarify, I didn't do a good job maybe with the first response. So we have committed to retrieving 22 tanks out of 200 West area. There are a total of 44 tanks in West area. So of the 22 tanks that we plan to retrieve, we have not identified which of the 44 we'll select as the 22 tanks we'll retrieve. Each of those tanks has different volumes and different constituents. So it's depending on which of the 22 tanks that we'll retrieve, you'll have a different volume. And so in the SA, we analyze the tanks that would result after retrieving in the greatest volume for transport. And then we also selected 22 tanks that we retrieve, which would result in the highest concentration of constituents that would have an impact to the environment.
I didn't understand that there were 44 possibilities and you're picking 22 out of those 44.
You're right.
And 22 was a definite number.
We're going to retrieve 22.
22.
And we just hadn't selected the 22. Okay. And that's a good question.
Thank you for that.
And the other thing too is that when we were first talking about the 22 tanks, when we first rolled out holistic negotiations, we were talking about the volume of salt cake and liquid that could be in those tanks. And it was, you know, it was a number like you guys just talked through. But what we didn't consider then is that in order to make this work, we had to empty the liquids out of the SY farm. So there's 3 tanks there that would have to have a large portion of their volume emptied. And so the idea is that that volume is added to the 22 tank volume.
I got that. I just didn't get the 22 out of 44.
All right, we have Matthew Campbell.
Hi, thank you. I had a question in regards to the high-level waste facility. It was mentioned that the effluent coming off the high-level waste facility would go straight to the tank farm to be treated later. Is that correct?
Initially, when direct feed high level is started up, yes. And then within a couple of years, the high level evaporator system would be built and brought online. And in that case, that effluent would go past the evaporators and then be probably brought past then the tops of the portion of that evaporation system would go to the liquid effluent facility on the Hanford site to be managed as secondary waste. And the bottoms would be recycled past the melter with the idea that you're trying to maximize the uptake in glass of the radionuclides.
Oh, okay. And then a follow-on question, could you speak to the expected volumes of that initial effluent and the radioactivity of it?
I don't have those yet.
No, I don't have those numbers. I know they exist in the mass balance of the permit and they're available there.
Okay.
But not in the, maybe not in the direct feed configuration.
Probably not in the direct feed configuration, no.
I don't think we have, I don't think we have the numbers yet.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, we've got time for one more question. You want to take that chance, Mia?
Yeah. Okay. So I was surprised in the supplement analysis to see the removal of strontium 90 being expected, just because I didn't think through TSCR it was being removed. And it was quoting a 96.8% removal of strontium 90. So I'm curious kind of what studies have been done on tank waste to show that the ion exchange columns can filter out that much strontium 90 and kind of the certainty around that when, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what TSCR is doing now, and it is removing that much strontium 90.
I think the ion exchange media is capable of doing that. I think strontium and cesium competes on the media. There may be PNNL studies that have shown that, but I would ask that you submit that as a comment and then we can respond with a technical basis for that number.
And the original work that was done between the Department of Energy and the United States Nuclear Regulatory Commission in developing the approach to the waste incidental to reprocessing had a couple of criteria on the low activity side. And one of the criteria is that you remove as much of the radionuclides as possible. And so it gave a specific number that you needed to get to remove on the cesium. But then it also said that you needed to filter for particles. And because the idea was that on the particles, there'd be strontium. And so it's been part of the design of the pretreatment facility that's out there now, of the TSCR facility that's operating in 2 East and future TSCR facilities that there's a filtration process that happens prior to the ion exchange column, and that captures particles, of which strontium is typically on those particles or could be on those particles. So that's another way, and then if there's soluble strontium, it it competes on the cesium ion exchange media with the cesium. Or it binds, not really competes, but yeah.
All right. So with that, we are at 2:00 on the dot and about ready to move on to our next presentation, which is the Hanford Tank Waste Operation Closure introduction. I will note that a lot of online participants have noted issues with visual. Cameras aren't coming through, and I apologize if these slides don't come through either, but these will be posted to hanford.gov at some point. I believe we just were at Microsoft's mercy for the time being. If that, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hey, Josh, can I interrupt Phil in just a minute? We had a lot of questions this morning that were being directed to Ricky
I'll stick around.
that Matt couldn't handle, so he kept referring to you.
I'll commit and I'll stay with
Thank you. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon. So my name is Phil Breidenbach, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer for H2C. I'm fairly new to the site here. My first experience here on site, as I was the chairman of the Board of Managers for WRPS, the previous tank operations contractor here on site. So I was there on their Board of Managers for about 2 years prior to this assignment. Prior to that, I was the president at Savannah River Remediation, which is the high-level waste.
Equally.
I was the president at Savannah River Remediation, which is the high-level waste operating contractor at Savannah River. And before that, I was the president of the Waste Isolation Pilot Plant for the restart effort after they had some serious events in 2014. All told, I've been in this industry for 40 years now. I've done 6 different projects or 6 different LLCs in 4 different states. So I'm glad to be here at Hanford now. I'm going to describe, give a company overview for H2C, which is the new tank operating contractor here at Savannah River, or excuse me, at Hanford. If we go to slide 2 there, I'll start with just the overall Hanford contractors. I think you know this, but there's the main mission contractors, if you will, at the Hanford site are Bechtel with the vitrification plant, with Amentum as a subcontractor to them, CPC Co., which is doing D&D and waste site remediation, H2C, which is doing the tank waste management and the feed delivery to WTCC. And just a, fun fact, H2C stands for Hanford Tank Waste Operations and Closure. And the 2 is actually spelled TWO, so it's Tank Waste Operations is 2. So H2C. I believe that the business development folks did that after a dinner when they had a couple too many drinks. So in addition on site here, you've got support, what I would call support direct contractors to DOE, which include Inomedic, which is the site medical provider. You've got HMIS, which provides all site support for all the contractors, and Navarro, which handles the site laboratory services. So H2C, we go to slide 3. H2C has 3 parent companies, BWXT, Amentum, and Fluor. All 3 are partners in this LLC. We have also 4 teaming subcontractors, which were selected because they offered very specific skills that we felt were needed to be successful on this contract. One's named DSS Plus, and their specialty is chemical safety. We have DBD, and they're experts at process modeling. Long and Ecker and Associates are excellent in the areas of environmental and contractor assurance processes. And then Intera, which is really has strong expertise and local knowledge in environmental modeling. And all told, that is what makes up H2C. If we go to slide 4 and kind of go through the contract by the numbers, this is a $45 billion contract. It's the largest DOE contract that has been let. It's a 10-year duration with 5-year extension option. So we expect it to be a 15-year contract. We've got 2,850 employees as of today. If you kind of go through some of the details, the type of contract that we actually were awarded is called an indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity. That means that it's made up of task orders that are developed as the contract progresses, with the idea that it's very difficult to lay out specifically what's going to go on over a 15-year period at a level that you can price. And so we do that by task orders, smaller task orders, bite off smaller chunks and lay those scopes out to execute the mission. We're currently performing task order 2, which is called implementation, and the next task order is under development. The contract performance so far, I mean, we've been into this for two months now, and I would tell you, I think it's going very well. But we've, from a safety perspective, we've had no injuries. We have started issuing subcontracts. We plan to award 136 million total in subcontracts. Our original plan was 68 million to small businesses, but the forecast currently is going to be for this year, it's going to be $83 million is what we expect. And these are all the companies that you'd recognize from the area process. Companies like American Electrical, Highline, Apollo, Indian Eyes, those kind of contracts from the local area. We go to the next slide. It's really the tank farm layout, and actually Ricky and Suzanne really covered this pretty well. 149 single shell tanks with 28 double shell tanks that are separated into mainly an east and a west area, 200 east, 200 west. But we sometimes subdivide that, draw a line across, and we end up with 4 quadrants. When we talk about this work, it gets a bit complicated, but that's how we divide the work up. I don't think I'm going to cover anything else on this slide, but I'd like to spend some time on the next. I have to tell you, this is an exciting time at Hanford, and it's different than it was. The mission is changing. It's really the reason why I came, to be quite honest with you. In the past, this was a safe storage and prepare for a mission in the future type contract. And that's all important work. And it sets the stage for what's happening today. But today, that is not the mission any longer. This mission is going to be process, treatment, and hazard reduction. And that's the exciting part of this. This slide kind of shows what's going on or what's going to go on starting later this summer once the vitrification plant, the low activity vitrification plant comes online. And I'd like to spend some time talking about the major unit operations here. So I would start with the single shell tanks toward the left of this graphic. The single shell tanks are where the hazard is at its highest. All right. You can imagine if you put chemicals into carbon steel tanks that are single shell, bury them underground, let it sit for 70 years, bad things are going to happen. And that's what we want to try to stop. So step 1 is get the material out of the single shell tanks and take it to step 2, to the double shell tanks. That's what that's what our goal is. When we move material from single shell tanks to double shell tanks, there is a decrease in risk. However, in order to do that, as you saw on the previous slide, we have a very small number of double shell tanks and we have a lot of single shell tanks. So we have to create space. Historically, there was no outlet for waste in this process, in this flow sheet. Therefore, the only way you could make space was through the evaporator. That's step 3, what I call step 3 down here, the 242A evaporator. The way it creates space is it evaporates liquid, it concentrates, and it allows for that supernate, or the overheads, if you will, from the evaporator to go to the effluent treatment facility, which is an outlet. So you've created an outlet. Now you can make more space in the double shell tank so that you can do retrieval and move material to the single shell tank. But it only works so far. You run out of ability to create more space. And so the next step that's been created is TSCR, tank side cesium removal. And we take material, we process material through TSCR, and we take out the large majority of the radioactive material there. Not all of it, but the large majority of it. And what we create is a low activity waste stream, is what comes out of TSCR. And that low activity waste stream is what can be treated at DFLAW. It's the direct feed, low activity vitrification plant. So we send that material come July, August, when that system starts up. For the first time, we're going to start sending low activity waste to that vitrification plant. And we will start taking liquid out of the tank farm flow sheet, really in another way than just evaporation. And so we will be operating in that way as come through this summer. That's really exciting to me, because at that point, we are slowly but surely moving from material that is most at risk in single shell tanks, moving it into double shell tanks, putting it through treatment systems that takes the most hazardous constituents and makes them into a solid, which is intrinsically safer, and then finally dispositioning that material by converting it into glass, so that no one ever has to worry about it ever again. That's an exciting mission. Now, since we've got here in February of this year, the ETF facility had not run in about 3 years. We've been able to start it up. We've operated that facility. We've processed over 2 million gallons of material through the ETF over the last 2 months. The evaporator had been down for 6 years. That facility is also started up. We've operated 2 campaigns since we got here. We've created over 400,000 gallons of space in those double shell tanks. So it's exciting. We didn't do that all by ourselves. WRPS did a great job setting the stage for these successes that have come now. And also remember, of the 2,850 people, it's the 2,840 of those that were here doing that hard work that have led to those successes now. But I can tell you, we are operating in the tank farm, and we look forward to continuing that and to getting to WTCC, the vitrification plant, starting up this summer, and that we stand ready to send material. So if I go to slide 7, just a few pictures and photos that give you a sense for how the people actually do all those things that I just talked about. The picture on the left there shows a single is a retrieval. It's material that is in a single shell tank that's being transferred into a double shell tank. And it's operators who do that from control rooms and from control areas. That's kind of one of the last steps in the process. Before that, you have to install all the equipment. You have to make it all work. And then finally, you get to do the retrieval. In the middle there, that's tank side cesium removal. That shows an ion exchange column. This is the system, as I talked about, that traps most of the radioactive material from tank waste on those ion exchange columns. And you've essentially taken that material that was a hazardous liquid. You've taken out the majority of the radioactivity. You've turned it into a solid. You've made it safer. and the other steam stream can then is low activity waste and can be fed to the vitrification plant. On the right side here, we've got some of the infrastructure upgrades that are constantly in work over there. This is a process. We work with old systems, systems that sometimes were built 40, 50, 60 years ago. I like to think about it as a classic car, and that's how we need to treat it. And if any of you are into that, you can drive a classic car for a long time, and they can drive well. As it really is limited by, can I get the parts to keep it working? And so we constantly have to work on making sure that we get our infrastructure upgraded. Nothing works without electricity. Nothing works without water, steam, ventilation. These are the systems we got to keep going so that we can reliably and efficiently operate this mission. Next picture on slide 8 there, on the left, the big yellow thing hanging in the air. That's a pump that's being pulled from a high-level waste tank. You got to get the material out of the tank. When it's time to change out a pump, whether it's for a pump failed or something else needs to be put in that position, it's contaminated at that point. And so as we pull it up out of the tank, we sleeve it so that we don't spread contamination and so that we control that so that it doesn't hurt workers. And that's what that depicts. It's hard work, but I'm glad to say we've gotten very good at it, and it's important. We need to stay that way. And then lastly, picture-wise, on the right there, that's the effluent treatment facility. This is a control area. I happened to be with these two operators over the weekend, actually. And these are the distributive control system that they use to control all of the unit operations that do the final treatment of that waste to take out all of the hazardous constituents so that that material can be released to the environment safely. Well, I guess there are two more. At 9, we have a few more pictures, and it talks about what we do. And we're just like most other companies. I can tell you, we realize it. We're all about people. Nothing happens without our people. And we need to invest in those people. We need to make sure that they're treated right so that they do the best job they can to do this important mission for us. Our focus areas, we really have 4 that we'll talk about here. The first is culture and process transformation. And this gets into the idea that for 40 years, this has been a safe storage contract. And you can imagine if that's what you're doing, you would establish programs and processes that would have you do that well. And that's where we are. And now we're going to become an operating contract. And those programs and processes that work well to ensure safe storage may not be the programs and processes necessary to allow us to operate efficiently in the way that we want to. And so we are now working, we have been, WRPS started this several years ago, but we're continuing that process to make the changes necessary to be ready so that we can get into continuous operations of these facilities. Disciplined, reliable, continuous operations, that's really the next focus area. It's this changing culture that we've talked about that is mission focused. It has to be safe execution. We never compromise on safety. We know that if we can't do it safely, we don't get to do it, is basically how it works. So we have to be able to do our mission and our work safely. But we can do that, and we can streamline and we can simplify some of these processes, and we can attack where we see the single point failures are and try to build in redundancy and be ready for when those single point failures do actually, when we actualize that risk, so that we can more reliably operate this mission. And lastly, we talk about strengthening the people. I told you that we were built on people, and in our in our mind, strengthening the people means that we have robust training. And I would tell you that's a work in progress. We've started at the end of WRPS to work on strengthening the training program. They did a good job over the last couple of years of that project, improving the training, but it's not where we want it to be. And so that's going to continue. This is extremely important to us because in that time period around COVID and just after, we experienced the same thing that everyone else did, and that is high attrition rates. Every company in the nation experienced those high attrition rates. I would tell you it's interesting to me because they were predicting those high attrition rates as far back as the early 2000s, and it just never seemed to come. But sure enough, around COVID, it seems like was the event that kind of lined that up, and that's when that attrition really started. The attrition was about 20% a year for about 3 years. We turned over half the workforce. You've got brand new people. On one hand, that's a significant issue and a risk because we lost a lot of experience, and that's why training is so important and why we need to strengthen the training to get all of those people back up. And I recognize we're late on this, and so it is a high priority for us to build up that training. On the other hand, it's also an opportunity. We have fresh eyes, new ideas, a new and younger workforce that all are excited about this mission and about what it can be. So we are excited to be working in that with this workforce at this time at Hanford. My last slide is a slide that shows our mission, our vision, and our values. And what I would tell you is every single company has a poster that they put on a wall. Even the lousy companies have a poster. All right. And the thing is that for most of those companies, that's all it is. A poster on the wall, words on a page. That's not who we are. It's our job to figure out how to get these words off the page and into people's hearts and minds so that it actually affects behavior and allows us to execute this mission with excellence. We do that by incorporating these values into every single program and process that touches workers. So when we do positive reinforcement or incentive or give incentives or give rewards, it's all about how they demonstrated these values, these behaviors that led to a success. When we do coaching, when we find people that aren't doing it or discipline, it's all about where we failed to meet our values, where we failed to exhibit the behaviors that lead to success. When we implement training that we talk about, we start by talking about how this relates to our values. When we do, every meeting starts with a value share. When we hire people, the interview questions, there's a whole section on, are these people a good match for our values? And when we onboard, they meet with me, Carol, the president, our level 1 managers, and we talk about the values and how we do work here, because how H2C does work in a high hazard business like this matters every bit as much as what we get accomplished. How matters. That's who we are. And that's H2C. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be part of this company, and I'm looking forward to working with you. Thank you.
All right. Before I jump to questions, I'd like to give the agencies a chance to provide perspective. Do we have anyone from DOE on deck for this? All right. And ecology.
Oh, there we go. No, happy to bring on H2C as a prime contractor helping us with the tank waste mission. Again, 2 months on the contract. And again, a lot of successes, a lot of improvements, especially with the workforce. And I think, like Phil said, people and their safety are a priority. And I think H2C has brought a lot to that while focusing on delivering on the tank waste mission and the environmental cleanup that we have.
I don't think we have much to add, but look forward to continuing working with you guys and a lot of really awesome work coming up. So thank you.
Excited.
Would anyone from EPA like to provide perspective?
Nothing really to add from EPA. Thank you.
All right, so I think Chris had the first question.
Coming in as a newcomer to the site with fresh eyes, and you look at the complexity of operations that you're going to be responsible for, and you think in terms of process control and consistent and continuous operations, what are the biggest concerns that you have?
Yeah. My biggest concerns are that we actually get an outlet for this waste. Okay. It is incredibly important that WTCC, the vitrification plant, come online so that we actually have a mission. Until you have an outlet for the waste, you don't have a mission. So I'm really pleased to see the progress that they've made. They're already in their contractor ORR is going on as we speak. That'll be followed by a DORR, which hopefully will result in a startup. I'm pretty close to this because my parent company is Amentum, and for the first 2 years before I took this job, I was helping them. I was working on that. I was in a corporate job and responsible for 5 different DOE sites, LLCs, and one of those that I was responsible for was the vitrification plant. So I'm really excited about that, and we need that to happen. When I look inward to this project, the culture change, the change going to a continuous operation, you can't underestimate the difference between safe storage and operating. I think the people are ready to do that, and I think we know how to help work with them to get through that part. The next thing that has to happen is the plant. The plant has to work. And I kind of talked about 6 different pieces of the project. Every one of those pieces all have to work or they all stop. They're all intimately related to each other. And so we have to have the right identification of where are the single point failures? How do we mitigate those single point failures? Do we have the right spare parts? Can we get spare parts for equipment that is old, or do we need to do modifications so that we can have a system that we can maintain and keep running? All of that analysis is something that I have seen done, and I've seen done successfully. I told you that I came from Savannah River. They are, I would say, a very similar project, a very similar work, very similar unit operations. But they're ahead of where we are in their life cycle of their contract. And so we went through a lot of that analysis and built tools to help focus us on improvements in certain areas and prepare ourselves. If you've got the spare parts then, and there's only one place, sometimes then the answer is, well, do we have the work packages already developed so that if that fails, are we ready to go? Are we ready to go fix that so that the downtime, to minimize the downtime so that it doesn't affect the other facilities? So it's those kinds of things I think that that we are very working on very hard. And the last piece that I would go over is we are very focused on training, on that idea that half of our workforce has less than 5 years experience, and that in my mind, the training that we've given them is not at the level at which we want it to be. We need to work on that. And I've done that in other areas also. That's not a quick fix. It takes time to get up to where we want it to be. I expect it's going to be a 3-year trip in order to get us there, but we're laying that process out now, hiring the trainers, hiring additional trainers, getting the facilities in place. Then you got to hire operators, because it doesn't do any good to have the training and not be able to put them in the seats so that they can be trained. And then you put them through and you get better performance. So those are the things I think about.
Mm-hmm. So time check, we are already at 2:30. Time flies when we're having fun. Phil, can you stick around for just a couple more questions?
Sure.
All right, so we got Rebecca, Brian, and Pam. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Thank you for your presentation today. just a quick about myself. I spent 32 years at the tank farms. And so the last 7 years, I went to the glorious 324 building. So I'm watching from south of the barricade, what's going on now. My big question and what really, I'm not sure how this is all going to work out, but you talked about new employees and you talked about training. And I'm wondering how when the VIT plant starts with the workforce, are you planning on integrating the workforce? Because you have a lot of long-time workers that have worked at the tank farms for years, who have dealt with the waste, who have handled the waste, who have sampled the waste, installed pumps, removed pumps. Are you planning on integrating some of that workforce into the VIT plant, or are you guys going to keep the employees that you have in there right now?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the plan for the future related to that is there will be a consolidation at some point in the future. We typically talk about it in the area of somewhere between 6 months and 18 months after the startup of WTCC, after they go through what they call hot commissioning and prove that the facility works and operates reliably at a certain pace. So at that point, we will actually do an integration of those two projects and form one project. We actually have people working today on laying out the plans for that integration. We've done this at other sites. Most recently, I'll go back to experience again at Savannah River. When I was there as the president of SRR, another $2 billion plant came online called SWPF, and we had to integrate that facility into the overall tank farm flow sheet there. Very similar to what we're talking about doing here. So we have some experience on what to do and what not to do there. But Hanford's special, and there are some unique challenges associated with that. I would tell you that when you do the integration, and from my perspective, what I've learned, it's best to start by leaving the people who are experienced with certain operations where they are so that they can continue to do those operations. And then over time, there will be a natural melding and there will be movement that will take place. And we'll have the training programs in place by then as we strengthen these training programs so that if someone from the tank farm wants to go over and run a vitrification plant, we'll have a training program that'll get them up to speed. And if someone from vitrification wants to come over and work at ETF, we'll have a robust training program that'll get them up to speed efficiently. And so over time, there will be mixing. But I don't think it's a good idea to jam that together and force that early on.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I look forward to seeing what happens in the future.
It's going to be good.
Okay, we got
We're
Brian.
going to
and
make
then
it that
Pam.
way.
Hey, welcome to the Tri-Cities.
Glad to be here.
So the river is important to us, and I know you can see that, all the activities we have. Is that on? I guess it is. Rebecca stole a little bit of my thunder, but that's all right. I'm a former WRPS employee. I'm one of those guys that went out, but I think, in my opinion, we were lacking a lot of tribal knowledge to the new people. The NFL did a play 60, get out and play 60, So I think, again, in my opinion, that we weren't following each other around enough, the newbies and the oldies. So, and also being a former Hammer worker trainer, I think I'd like for you to keep an eye on your percentage of workers in your company that work at Hammer. So I believe that's really important. You got one of the best training facilities in the country at Hammer. And it's important that you have a high percentage of your workers down there.
You're talking about worker trainers.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I know all about it.
Okay,
And I think it's a great, I think it's a real strength of that program.
Because in the past, that was, we didn't have too many downfalls, but that was one of them that, you know, everybody was so important that the managers wouldn't let them go. So, yeah, you can just keep an eye on that. You're solid. Thank you.
You bet.
All right, we'll have Pam's question, then Rob will have the last one.
Hi, thank you for being here today. I represent Benton County on this board, and I am thrilled with your presentation. You give me hope, and it's exciting and welcome, and I hope you enjoy being here. Thank you.
Thanks for that comment. I am excited.
Okay, first of all, some of these are going to be Ricky oriented. Ricky, could you describe the drop accidents that happened recently? Load dropping?
I know of none.
No? What? Off. Okay.
Okay, so I guess to
A lot of
confirm,
build-up to that.
are there any more questions or comments from Phil?
Thank you all.
Thank you for sharing your afternoon with us. All right, and Susan, so what adjustments are we making to the agenda from this point?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, yeah, pretty quick. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, yes, I can make some time.
All right, we will return as scheduled at 2:45, just for a different purpose.
Crane move and the load dropped.
I don't know of any on the tank farm side.
This would be in the WTP side.
Okay, that would have been a Matt question. I'd be surprised he turned it over to me.
Okay. So can we get somebody to eventually let us give us some information on those? And I understand nobody was hurt or that sort of thing, but I think multiple times. So it kind of bothers me. Okay, so the real thing I want to talk to you about is one is in our 5-year plan this year, you're supposed to be requalifying all of the hose and hose transfer lines. So how are we doing on that? And you know, are we taking sections out and testing them? I mean, we know we have problems with the hose and hose. We have things being held up inside them, creating local hotspots and other activities there. So the question is the hose and hose transfer qualification. What are we doing there?
As far as I know, we're still on track. We do have a requirement to provide updates to Ecology on how we're tracking all the hose and hose transfer lines that we have deployed. And so it's no issues come to mind with existing hose and hose transfer lines.
If you take a look at the 5-year plan, it's a goal this year to complete the evaluation and testing of the hose and hose transfer concept.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so I just wonder where are we at on that study?
Still on schedule, I believe.
Okay. Then the next one is activating the cross-site transfer lines. I see that as being horrendously difficult. And the fact that you're going to need to get variances from the state of Washington Department of Ecology on being able to use that design. If you remember, those were designed in an age that before the WAC code came up with the requirements for piping systems. And so I see that as being an issue, especially trying to activate those. So I think you need a lot more than 3 years' time to do that, to bring those things up. I think you're going to have to replace a lot of it. If you remember the studies that were done on WTP in regards to the waste coming out of the tanks is is it's inconsistent. It's not homogeneous. It's chunky. It's got things held together. Some hard particles even. And, you know, the key to the reason why WTP and the pretreatment facility was working is they blended that waste and massaged it prior to going through the treatment. The treatment through the ultrafilter system. And so I don't follow how we could leave that off of our understanding of the erosion and corrosion involved in the activating the solids cross-site transfer line. Either you're going to have to dilute that down so much, creating an additional water, or come up with some other ideas that I don't know yet, as well as potentially replacing all those pipes. Where is that discussion? Because the last time we talked to Brian Vance, it was, well, we're just going to commission it again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I don't know that you can do that with the state of Washington.
I think, let's see, we have obviously a TPA milestone to achieve in 2030 for the Super Nate line and 36 for the Flurry line. That is our commitment. And we still have to go through the process of, doing the inspections of the line, seeing what conditions it's in, and we'll share all that information with Ecology as we go through the process and figure out, how to get this cross-site transfer line reactivated. But I appreciate all the acknowledgement for the challenge that exists with reactivating the cross-site transfer line, and I think we'll work through it with the Department of Ecology.
All right, thank you.
All right, on to Mia.
Hi, thank you, Ricky. I have two questions. One's directly related to TBI. I'm wondering, the waste was successfully shipped off-site. Do you know when it will be grouted and when we'll find out the grout to waste ratio, the volume change, all of that information?
Yeah, I get that I get asked that almost every day since we shipped it. I don't have from the vendors what their timelines are. I just heard it was on the order of a few weeks.
Okay.
And I think the other thing with test bed initiative is, since it was under an RD&D permit,
Mhm.
I do think that we have a report to issue at the end of the year when we close out the permit.
Okay.
So we may have it there.
And that information would be included in the report, and then that report would be publicly available?
I'd have to check with Ecology. I think the department submits it to Ecology. We'll include the information that's included as for each of the objectives, which includes the disposal information. And I don't see why we wouldn't make it public, but I have to check.
Man, I know Suzanne had to bounce for another meeting. She would have been the perfect person, but
Yeah.
I'll follow up with Suzanne. I have to imagine it in some form or fashion to be publicly available, but I'll follow up, Mia, and let you know. And yeah, sorry.
Yeah. It might be helpful, since we are expecting a briefing in June on grout and TBI. I think you'll be part of that for the committee. If you have that information by June, if you could share it, that would be wonderful.
That's a good idea. We'll try to answer that question during the June meeting.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll also have Suzanne and Dan at the June meeting too.
Oh, great. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think that's all I have.
Okay, on to Chris.
For the 1,000 gallons that went to each of the two vendors, do you have any idea what the batch size is going to be? Are they going to grout it like in 50-gallon batches, 100-gallon batches, 500 gallons? Has been any discussion on that you've been privy to or can relay to us? Just a curiosity question.
I don't have that, but we'll include it in the June meeting.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any other questions that? Mia will have a question.
Okay, a clarification question in regards to the WARM project, tanks in 200 West. Do the volumes of waste include the liquid needed to mobilize the waste, or is it just the estimated pre-pumped volumes? Those
The
32 to 39 million, I think.
includes the volume to retrieve the waste.
So the water
water
added to mobilize?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, do we have any other questions that Matt wasn't able to answer earlier, or any lingering holistic agreement questions? Not seeing any more in the room, not seeing any more online.
Of course.
Thank you so much. Okay, so with that, I think we're ready to jump into the round robin discussion. All right.
Round robin discussion. Pardon me, I'm chomping on a mint. Okay, round robin question. What does your constituency or organization expect to get from the Hanford Advisory Board? So what does your organization expect you to bring back to them? Let's just go around the room and see what we get.
Okay, what side do we want to start on? Who's first victim?
I'm looking at David.
Sure, I'm happy to take a first crack at it. So I think most people are probably familiar with TRIDEC, but we're the lead economic development organization in the Tri-City area, but really started off back in the 60s more in a federal advocacy role, advocating for consistent funding for Hanford, at that time, the plutonium production mission, and other economic diversification opportunities tied to federal missions in the Tri-City area and the nuclear expertise that the community had. Over the decades, TRIDEC's mission has kind of evolved to become more of a traditional economic development organization, but we still maintain that federal advocacy piece, and that's what I spend a lot of time working on. And instead of just seeking additional federal funding for whatever it is, I think there's been a real shift into, as it relates to Hanford, we still advocate for funding for Hanford, but really the focus is to make progress, to get the site cleaned up. Whereas maybe 40 years ago was just wanting to get the federal funding to continue to come in. And so with our focus on advocating for cleanup and the funding that cleanup requires, one of the things that really kind of continues to weigh on my mind is, well, it was referenced earlier, but the life cycle scope, cost, and schedule report. If you look at the timelines and the numbers, they just don't add up. We got incredibly strong support from congressional offices, not only the Washington delegation, but we got other sites at Oak Ridge and Idaho that have well-placed members of Congress who all support funding for the environmental management program. The Hanford site gets significantly more funding right now than any of the other cleanup sites, and we're still at probably inching more towards $4+ billion over the next few years. But if you do the math on the life cycle report, we'd be needing to have anywhere between $5, $6 to $11, $12 billion a year, every single year until 2086. And that's just not realistically achievable. And so when I think about what TRIDEC and what we do related to Hanford cleanup and advocating for Hanford cleanup and the funding it requires, I think there's an opportunity for us collectively to partner more together, or for the HAB to also maybe make one of its major focuses look at talking about or thinking about how can we collectively work to identify ways to safely, effectively, and efficiently bring down the long-term cost and schedule for cleanup. In my mind, that has to be a very high priority, because if not, then 50 years from now, we're still going to be, in many respects, having the same conversation. Incremental progress will be made, but at $3 or $4 billion a year, even more than that, we're not going to be on track. The 2086 number is going to be a 2125 number, or maybe more than that. And the $600 billion high-end cost estimate in the life cycle report is probably going to go a lot higher than that. Every year that you delay is added costs. And so I think collectively we all want kind of the same thing, right? We want cleanup to be done safely, effectively, and efficiently. And there might be an opportunity to some degree, kind of take a step back and look at the biggest picture, the big picture on how do we actually get from where we are now to where we want to be. And so when I think about what I would like to take back to my employer and to TRIDEC is ways that we can kind of work together to identify what some of those opportunities might be.
Yeah, so do you want to go counterclockwise?
So somewhat adjacent to TRIDEC activities, the Benton Franklin Council of Governments, we're the regional planning organization for Benton and Franklin counties, and we're made up of the cities, counties, port districts, and transit agency local governments for the two counties. So our primary role with them is to help them access funding for state and federal funding for projects like infrastructure, transportation, economic development, and we are, as part of that regional development of plans, dovetails to our seat on the HAB. Because most of the cities and counties also have seats on the HAB, they're not looking for my seat to come back and report back to them on HAB activities, but instead we're listening for what's happening in the region that could impact the economy, impact transportation, and the same way we can be a resource back to the HAB with information about regional data that might be helpful to tri-party agencies or other partners.
All right.
So this position here that I maintain is kind of a gray spot, you know. Now non-union, non-management employees, when you've got all the different contractors out there that have to deal with stuff, and you think about, well, what are they thinking about? Am I going to be safe today? Is something going to leak and it's going to affect my home life? Is it going to affect the river? Kind of things that are going to directly affect them. And it's kind of hard to grasp from my perspective what the HAB can communicate down to those folks. And with Jeff from H2C coming here, I guess one of the things that probably are most on the workers' minds that are going to be involved in that transition are the folks that are going to be involved in that transition. What happens when this new company comes over? WTP, the majority of the employees out of the WTCC are Amentum already. They're already Amentum. So I don't expect, like Jeff was saying, that too much is going to change for the guys down there that are operating the plant. At the management level, there's a mixture of Bechtel and Amentum, and I expect the Bechtel folks are probably going to be leaving. They'll be replaced by Amentum, but that's again, my concern would be that the folks down at the worker level. And probably the same for the tank farm folks out there. I don't know as much about the employees out there as I do about the WTCC folks. But again, like even Jeff was saying, that or implied that folks down at that level are probably not going to change much. Now, they may, after some time, be integrating more workers from some of the other projects that H2C controls. And again, those people that are working out there right now, it might be in their minds a little bit. We were getting close to hot commissioning here and getting through that and then onto operation. And then I think we've got up to 18 months to operate the plant before H2C actually, takes over. So there's going to be, some kind of a transition there, but the folks out there, they don't really know what that transition is going to look like. I think whatever I can communicate to at least the people that I interface with, and I do interface with a lot of people, not only the Bechtel in town, but also I interface a lot with the guys out there at WTCC, and I can always communicate a lot of the things that Jeff was saying, and whether it makes them feel uncomfortable or whether they think, oh, I'll be here forever, you know. I think that's probably the best that I can do is, you know, communicate to them what I'm hearing here that I heard today.
All right, we're going to jump across to Pam, continue down to Rob, and jump back for Chris.
As I've shared with you in the past, I meet with the Benton County Commissioners on an annual basis and give them a report on what the HAB has been doing through the year, what advice we've addressed. And so that's basically my line of communication. And I met with them in January. I raised the concern about the Emergency Operations Center, and I guess we have somebody that's going to be there. So they followed up on my suggestion, and I'm really encouraged by that. So it's just communicating back and forth about what we're doing and giving them progress reports, and they've been encouraged by what the HAB's been doing. So that's about it. Thank you.
I represent Hanford Challenge on the board. I also work for Hanford Challenge. And these board meetings provide an incredible opportunity to learn about everything that's going on site, ask questions, and really understand the different projects. And with that information, a lot of the times I or my coworkers will translate it into more plain language, kind of public facing materials. So one example is we received a briefing about 324 building in August, I think of 2024, maybe 3. And so we made that was kind of an impetus from John Eschenberg. And so that was an impetus to put together a web page about 324 building, consolidate all the documents, kind of explain, because it was a big change in the cleanup plan for that building. And it's a place that the general public is concerned about. So we took what was shared at that briefing and put it on the website, and then have been consistently trying to keep it updated. So you can go there and see what's the latest information about 324 building. And that was all from a HAB meeting. So these are incredibly valuable for learning about what's going on site, but also for like getting together with, you know, everyone that cares about Hanford cleanup, having all of us in a room and building relationships with those individuals, maybe partnering with them on something outside of the Hanford Advisory Board, and finding common ground on a lot of issues, seeing where we have alignment. I can't imagine another space that would be doing that if we didn't have the board. Those are a few things that make it important for me to be here, and it's valuable.
And I'm like Rob, my constituency is the public at large, all of us, everybody that I interact with, from my hairdresser to the auto repairman to the yard guy. It's being able to answer questions and help pass on information so that they are better informed citizens. And this is even more important today because people are not reading the newspaper. This is a different generation, a different world. You know, so they're relying on social media and the internet, and then the boomers are not even necessarily computer based in that way, and they've lost the newspaper. So there's a big information void going on in the world right now. So it's really important to get the information and then be knowledgeable so that when somebody asks the question, I can give them an honest answer.
So I represent the Hanford Atomic Metal Trades Council, which HAMTAC represents about 3,500 union workers on the site. So our number one priority, of course, is worker health and safety, which is something that I'm very passionate about, being a worker myself as well. So I take things back to my work group. It's very, I don't even know what word to use, but I work at 324 now. So it's very enlightening when you get an update or you hear something from DOE and ecology and EPA, and then you go back to your 324 where I work and you listen to what they're sharing with people and they don't match up. And so a lot of times I'm just like, that is not what's happening. That's not what's going on. I share a lot of these presentations that we get. I'll just put them on the table at work and say, feel free to make copies of them. Or if you have questions, a lot of times I'll write in them. So they'll be like, what does that mean? So, I try to share it. I share a lot with, the president of HAMTAC also. And I bring questions here, if there's something that HAMTAC really wants to know about or, is concerned about. The traffic safety advice that, that our committee has put forward. Those are things that, I collaborate with other workers also. I also sit on the Hanford Site Traffic Safety Committee. So, there's a whole lot of people in that room as well. So I can bring that to the HAB, the concerns, not just from HAMTAC, but from people across the site who sit on that board. People who actually work at the WTP. We also have State Patrol on that board and the Sheriff's Department and Hanford Patrol. So it's an outlet to really share what you learn here. And then again, what I learn every day being a worker on the site and, trying to get some clarification for people. But yeah, worker health and safety is, what I am passionate about personally, and HAMTAC is as well. And so protecting our workforce and making sure that, they get to work on, safely and they go home safely. And, so whether that's the traffic or if it's their working conditions or if it's, whether they got a lunch for the day, those are all kinds of things that, that we focus on. So, and, I'm happy to be here. I think I've been on this board for, 23 years now. So, when I started here, I was really shy, quiet, and I wouldn't say a word. And now everybody's like, oh, we created a monster. So eventually I will be leaving the board, and then hopefully, you'll have somebody just as passionate as me take over this spot. So anyway, thank you.
Well, like Susan, I'm public at large. I haven't seen my hairdresser in a while. I probably need to. But yeah, neighbors, friends, former co-workers, workers. I still communicate with a lot of people. I have a fairly big circle of friends, and some of them work at the VIT plant. Some of them work out in the area still. So it's kind of nice to, I don't know, I feel like I'm one step ahead of the game on most of them already, but nice to hear from you folks and DOE and company leaders and whatnot. But yeah, you hear a little bit of everything. I met a guy out at North Pasco last weekend at a cousin's barbecue, and he claimed to be a downwinder. And so after digging in a little farther, he's telling me about some people that took some contamination home with them, spread around to his family. And then I find out that he didn't know exactly what time frame that was. Might have been the 50s after he got me all excited. But anyway, and then I found out he just moved here like 6 months ago, so he wasn't technically a downwinder yet. I don't believe it. Anyway, it's kind of interesting, people's insight and impressions on the area. So, anyways, I appreciate everybody here that volunteers their work and the people that come from other sectors that help us out. And thank you.
I represent the city of Pasco. I meet with them twice a year about, and usually for 10 minutes of presentation and then a lot of questions. The presentations are generally the progress that we're making at the site, and you know, I do feel that we have made a lot of success here, but there are also issues. And anyway, so I talked to them, and last time I talked with them was in December, and then probably in June or August, June through August, somewhere they'll give me a call, and their calendar's not very busy, so they can schedule me in. What happens is that I get the first sets of questions I get from the city council is generally anything salacious, you know, like you were saying. They read it, and they, by the way, the city council does read the newspaper. Okay. The Tri-City Herald is still there and real, but they first pepper me with questions about rumors and accidents and that. And then, but the most important parts of the questions have to do with, is the site exposing the Columbia River and the soils on the other side of the site, which end up being our drinking waters? Is it contaminated? And do we have problems? And things of that sort. And that's their concerns. A lot of another thing that's very important to them is that, I don't know if anybody knows, Pasco is just building like crazy right now. There's developments, new high schools being built. It's just a very action-packed situation, and their city council is always talking about new projects and new things happening. And so there is a little bit more concerned about the drinking water and the air and that. One of the things that I found very helpful to me is that not only looking at the Phoenix project that P&L does, but also looking at the state of Washington Department of Health and their monitoring wells. And so when I know I'm going to have a meeting, I'll give a couple people a phone call and they'll send me some latest information. And it's always very negative that it is safe out there. So people are concerned, have concerns, but you know, some of the worst things that we have is the exaggeration of the effects of radiation and shipping and transportation and things of that sort. So far out of reality that it's just hard to tell them other than, you know, that's not real. And so that's how I can end up ending the discussion usually, by addressing somebody's concern that contamination is everywhere, we're downwinders or whatever. But yeah, that's about it there. City Council, Pasco is going to be looking for a new person the next time. So if anybody knows a person over there wants to take my spot sometime, that'd be good. Thank you.
And back across the room to Chris.
Well, my first two terms, I was representing the public at large. Then in the third term, I found out I was representing local environmental interest. And I asked, what local environmental interest? And the answer was, we don't know. But we forgot to submit your resume to Washington as public interest or public at large. So we made this up local environmental interest and submitted it, and Washington liked it and approved it. So that's how I wound up local environmental interest. So I don't really have an organization per se to report to, but what I do have is there's a group of about now 15 retirees from PNL and Hanford who all, a very highly technical group, all have master's degrees or PhDs, either in engineering or in some form of science, all of whom have worked either at PNL and Hanford and retired from PNL and Hanford for 30 to 40 years. So there's a large volume of technical knowledge about Hanford for this group that I regularly interact with, typically at a brewery on Tuesday nights over beer. You may laugh, but it's a nice way to talk. Everybody's relaxed. But all of that technical experience at Hanford and PNL is really centered around groundwater, waste site remediation, monitoring, going back in the past, things like BWIP and so on and so forth. There's relatively little experience in that group about vit plant or tank farms. So interest is pretty high in these casual discussions about tank farms and vit plant, but especially about the vit plant and processing waste. And I do say at these beer meetings what I learn at these board meetings, committee meetings, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of interest, especially in the vit plant. But the response I get back almost uniformly is this: why is it taking so long, and why is it costing so much? That is always probably at the forefront of comments that I get back. No concerns about environmental damage, not really concerned about what's the site going to be in 40 or 50 years. Just why is it taking so long, and why is it costing so much? Well, I didn't think I'd mention that. So my wife is big in the quilting community. You may laugh, but in the Tri-Cities Quilt Guild, there's 300 or 400 members. I don't know how many. And she's been the past president for several terms, and I'm not sure what she is now there. But I would say when I've been having to interact with that, almost everybody in that guild has a husband, son, daughter who has worked at Hanford. So and when they get together at their quilt guild meetings, so they talk. I know things about families and who I never met, about people. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that know stuff about me who's never met me. That's just the way the conversations go. But what I do get back from her is a lot of expressions about Hanford. Typically that the quilt guild members have gotten from sons or daughters or husbands or wives. And a lot of the quilt guild members have themselves retired from Hanford or the site. And this is a hobby. So there's a lot of really informal interest there. And I'd say what I get back through my wife is the same thing. It's cost and duration. And that seems to be a common theme too. Why does it cost so much? Why is it taking so long?
All right, so that's everyone on the physical table. We also have a virtual table where
It's not me.
Okay, so as I was saying, we also have a virtual table where everyone sits conveniently in alphabetical order. So I'll go down that list, and you have the opportunity to talk about what your constituency expects to get from the HAB. You have the opportunity to pass. Aaron, what are your thoughts on this subject?
Well, the building trades, obviously our safety as 17 affiliates of different construction groups, the safety and what's going on the site, and then the input that we can have in the cleanup of the site. And then attending these, I take it back to our Building Trades Council, and then I share it with my specific IBEW membership, and the council takes it back to theirs. And we've got 15,000 members in the Central Washington. So it's really just sharing the information and having an opportunity to use our voice and educate our members at the same time. And that's all I got.
All right, thank you. The next one I see at this virtual table is Chuck Torelli. We may check back in with Chuck. Matt Hendrickson.
Well, hello, everybody. This is Matt. I represent as the alternative member from the state of Oregon Department of Energy. And, many of our representatives there, Tom, myself, and Max, are very involved in the HAB and, try to always add to the conversations happening there and try to be very active. I suppose that is really one of the things that I like to see, and that I also expect from other HAB membership, is to really be active, be involved, let your voices be heard. I like using HAB as a gateway to getting those subject matter experts that can illuminate us on certain issues that obviously affect the Columbia River, or transportation issues that might be coming up, because all those things are very important to our constituency in Oregon.
Joshua, if it helps, Chuck's back.
All right, Chuck, what does your constituency expect to get from the HAB?
Well, excuse me. My ribbon disappeared, so I couldn't unmute, and my wife would love that. I get more questions about waste management than I get about nuclear waste. That's just reality. My biggest use for the HAB is information, and I can use that information at council meetings. I can use the information to promote the importance of Hanford and engagement. The biggest change we've seen culturally in this region is we went from the majority of workers went to Hanford to now only 15% of employees work at Hanford, compared to back in the 80s when I started, it was 30% of the residents. So reinvigorating the idea that Hanford is meaningful, then counteracting issues like when we had time card fraud, or fire system maintenance sits down and does nothing all day, not denying those narratives, but explaining those narratives. And that really helps. And then when we have emergent issues like the tunnel collapse, those type of deals, being able to explain that, and such things as, why we need better transportation to and from Hanford, what that means to our constituents. So it's really educating my fellow council members. And that is the biggest value I think HAB provides, because you get so much information. And I really appreciated what you said about building the collaboration. So I will remute now.
All right. And next up, we have Spencer Harris.
Yeah, this is Spencer. I represent Cadillac, and so what I bring back is typically around the workforce and any changes to the workforce that we can best prepare to serve the community from a healthcare needs standpoint.
All right, thank you. And Kermit Mankiller.
Affected
by the Hanford site. And, obviously, there's a diverse group, that, has to deal with the impacts of, not only having the site there, but also, the cleanup and all of that. So, primarily, from the HAB, what we get is information and perspective. We've got our own dealings with DOE because of our status as a sovereign, and we've got our own priorities as well. But it's important for us to understand everybody else's perspective on each of the issues, particularly the technical issues. It's good to know, what people who are people in groups closer to the site, what they see as being the implications of, whatever actions are taken. So, we try to understand, where our interests coincide, with other interests. And then also we rely on the Hanford Advisory Board, to help us not only identify, issues that affect us directly, but also to understand what those impacts are, and what possible courses of action there are, to try to respond to them. But on a personal note, I would say that the other thing that we do get out of HAB, is just the opportunity to interact, with other people, get to know the other players, and to identify the commonalities, not only in our professional lives but as well as our personal lives. Christy Baptiste, who I'm sure you all know, is our primary representative, and I've been our alternate, for the past couple of years. But I do believe that, we will be appointing another alternate before my term expires this fall.
All right, thank you. Next up is Kevin Danby.
Hello, everybody. I live in Grant County, and seeing as we're upriver from the Hanford site and we're fairly far north, we don't have as much direct involvement as many of you folks do. I've been looking to take a subject back to our county commissioners, and as a layperson, I really enjoyed the H2C presentation, and I think I want to tap into that one way or another and share that with our commissioners. But I do enjoy being part of this group, and as a relatively new member since October of last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Brandt.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond. My constituency is really the local community here. I live way downstream along the Columbia River, just before it becomes the estuary. And so my constituency is primarily commercial fishermen, salmon fishermen, and recreational fishermen, and conservation groups here. I speak to a number of conservation groups, and I meet on Saturday mornings with some of the local commercial fishermen, and the questions. Well, I explain what information we've had in our activities at HAB, but the questions are invariably not answerable by me. It includes questions about how long before toxics reach the river, and what strength are those going to be, and is it going to shut down the industry, or are people going to be poisoned by some of these toxics when they do reach it? And there's a sense of fear and anger. I get a lot of anger that the Department of Energy is taking, well, Department of Energy and Ecology is taking a wait and see attitude toward leaking tanks. The community here is used to identifying a problem and fixing it and getting on with their lives, and they just really don't understand how long it's taken to clean up Hanford, and how little information is disseminated to the public. One example, a fisherman said, well, are there monitors along the Columbia River at Hanford that detect toxics and detect radiation levels? And if there are, why isn't this made available to us to look at on a monthly or yearly basis or something? So that, I'm kind of frustrated because all I can do is report, for example, the things that happened during this meeting, and I can't field the questions yet. There's massive numbers of questions. So that's my situation here. Thanks for the opportunity to respond.
Thank you. Next up, we have Matthew Campbell.
Hi, I represent the Confederated Tribes, the Umatilla Indian Reservation, as an alternate. And there's two main pieces that we expect to get from the HAB. And one of those is a voice at the table to advocate for CTYR community interests in the cleanup and long-term stewardship of the site. And the second is to have access to up-to-date information on projects and future cleanup operations to better understand the schedule and I guess the path forward towards cleanup, and to use that information to inform our leadership and the community about what's happening there, as well as the risks and the future, hopefully when tribal members will be able to return to the site and exercise their treaty rights.
Thank you. Moving down the list, we have Rose.
Hello. Mine is probably going to sound much like the one before in some aspects. Yakama Nation certainly has always had concerns with regards to the money that's being allocated to make sure that the necessary environmental impacts are being dealt with. I think David was the first one who spoke and spoke to this, and I agree with much of what he said with regards to really watching that and looking at it long term. Yakama Nation looks at all of this very long term. We also expect to get a better understanding, or I should say give a better understanding on how the tribe is being impacted with regards to cultural resources and the traditional values and use of the land. I think a lot of people come into this group and don't have a full understanding of the role and why the tribes are involved in out at Hanford. And in that vein, we want to make sure that any advice that we sign on to takes into consideration the cultural resource protections as dictated under the National Historic Preservation Act, and the recognition also of how decisions being made are affecting Yakama Nation treaty rights and resources for the generations yet born. So when I abstained earlier, that was why I abstained, is because there was another aspect of this that there was enough unknown about what we were advising that I did not feel that I could either agree or disagree with it. But always knowing that the tribe has a secondary opportunity for comment, and that is within the Section 106 process under the National Historic Preservation Act. We look at the HAB not only as to be able to learn, obviously, with presentations and whatnot, but also as another vehicle that we can use to get more understanding and recognition that there are federal obligations that the government has to the tribe, and through our input and hopefully through the input on any given advice, we will be able to put that out there. And that to us, that is really a large value of the HAB in participating in the HAB and participating in advice. Thank you.
All right. And at the end of this virtual table, we have Simone.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, so Simone Anter, I represent Columbia River Keeper as an alternate. And for those who don't know, Columbia River Keeper is a nonprofit with a mission to protect and restore the Columbia River and all life connected to it. And so our constituency and our members, we represent 16,000 or so members around the Columbia River Basin. River communities, folks who work, recreate, and just love the river. And we get lots of questions. Our organization was actually formed by two groups who were around and had concerns about the Hanford nuclear site and the long-term risks that it poses to the Columbia River. And so that was a legacy that has always been a part of our organization, is to advocate for thorough cleanup that recognizes tribal treaty rights and protects the river and the environment long term. And our organization expects to get from the HAB, just like many have said, I've come last, but it's having access to subject matter experts and hearing what's going on at Hanford from agencies and kind of hearing things before they happen, kind of this what's to come at Hanford, as opposed to just another public meeting's been announced. And so we really use the HAB as a way to ask questions, to understand what's going on, and then also when participating in policy level advice, to ensure that the concerns of our members around the environment, the Columbia River, and the fish who spawn there are being taken into account. And I will end there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. And with this incredible planning, we have, sync times up with the agenda yet again. And our next item is going to be board reports, starting with subcommittee reports, unless Pam.
I just want to say something, because I think this roundtable has been really valuable to hear from other people, where they're coming from, what the value of the HAB is, and so forth. And for me, and all my years on the HAB, meeting people in person has been extremely important in terms of forming professional, personal relationships. And I heard a rumor today that we are not going to be able to meet in person in the future. Is that true?
Hard questions today. No. So to be completely honest, we're getting different information every single day. So I believe it's public knowledge that not we, but headquarters will support only 6 travel sessions a year. But that is also with local approval and budget. So that's where we're falling short too. It's really hard to approve travel for HAB when us federal employees can't even travel. So we've had to cancel all of our sessions. Subcommittee meetings moving forward will have to be not in person, virtual. That's the guidance we have right now. And we are working our hardest to make sure we can still have full boards in person. But we are literally having to approve every single thing separately and go through headquarters.
So let me make a counter argument to that. So for the people that live here, if we could have committee meetings at the library where it doesn't cost you any money, and those of us that live here could go to those meetings, and if somebody chose to pay for their own way or travel, please consider that as an option.
So you guys can't. So it wouldn't necessarily be all a money issue, but we have guidance that if everybody cannot be together, so if everyone but Mia is here, if she can come here on her own, then you guys can meet in person. But if you have one person that needs hybrid, we are supposed to be directing that you cannot do hybrid because it's not fair to everybody. And that's not just HAB, that's all SSAB board guidance. So if you guys are a subcommittee that everyone is here, you can please meet if you feel like that is more productive for you guys. But if there are some people that are needing to be virtual, hybrid is not an option.
They can't call in.
Nope.
Well, I think we're in for an ugly 3 years.
We'll see. We are doing our best that we can. We're fighting for you guys, know that. We're constantly sending emails to Kelly, who has been a great help through all of this with my 6 days of knowledge. There was a little transfer there, so it's more than 6, but we're doing everything we can for you guys because we know that in person could be better. So we'll keep you updated. Yeah.
All right. So since we're on this, Rose has a question.
Just a quick question. I just want to clarify that I heard what I heard. So if it's either like an all or nothing type of thing. In other words, everybody's either for these meetings, everybody's either in person or online.
Correct. The guidance we actually I got, was that all subcommittee meetings need to be completely virtual. However, I can go to bat for you guys and just let them know that if there's no cost to the government and everyone can be together, then I can fight for that. But I know that hybrid will get denied. So it's an all or nothing situation. Yep.
Okay. That's what I wanted to verify. Thank you. Thank you.
I had a short question. You said 6 events would be funded for travel?
In theory.
In theory.
In theory, yes.
So then we could go back to a previous practice where we had some committee meetings on the same day or the day after we had a board meeting and they're still in town. Is that possible?
No, because technically that funding would have to be a separate like travel package. Because if you're, you know what I mean? If you're staying 1 extra day, it's still extra dollars allocated to a subcommittee meeting. We are trying to find every loophole for you. I promise. I don't think this is what we're supposed to be talking about, but I will answer whatever questions you guys have. We have been working really hard on the upcoming calendar and work plan to make it work for everybody and find the efficiencies where we can so that we can maintain to support you guys at the highest level. I know that sounds really vague and I apologize for that, but we're doing what we can with the information that we get that changes every single day.
Yeah, this does sort of touch into the upcoming meeting portion of board business. So we're just shuffling a bit. Rebecca, do you have a question?
So I just need a clarification as far as when you say if everybody can't be there, then it has to be virtual. Does that mean everybody who's signed up to be a member on each committee, or is that everybody that's out of town or everybody that's in town? It doesn't, because there are a lot of people who sign up for committees that never attend committee meetings. They sign up so that they can get the emails or that they can be included. So I'm not really, if everybody who's here in town says we can have this meeting at the library because it's free. I don't know. It's just not mathing for me.
I will, I have a big list of questions for Kelly, so I will add that to my list. I think, just straightforward, right? Like it's an all or nothing situation. However, if you know that the only people that are going to participate can all meet in person, then I can push that you guys can meet in person. The issue is that if we have Bob or some random person that's out of town that wants to participate, you cannot have hybrid. It has to be fair for everybody. So I think that's why they went just straight. I don't want to overcomplicate it because I'm worried if we push too much, then we're just going to get told no matter what, right? So I think we need to try not to keep poking the bear on that one. If you guys have a committee that you can all meet, I can ask for permission on that, but we just want to be careful, I think, at the same time. Does that make sense? No? Clear as mud. Yeah.
Hybrid is what?
Well, but virtual is free. So I think that's quote unquote free, right?
But it's still free at the library.
Yeah, but so is hybrid. We've got all kinds of rules around the Tri-City
It's not,
that don't cost.
it's not me, it's not Kelly, it's like way above all of us. So at this point, I'm the middle of the middleman. So like I said, we will go to bat for you guys. If you guys have ideas of things we can do, I can let you know. But we have clear guidance that came from headquarters that We can try to get full board meetings in person. They said they could approve up to 6, but we still have to go all the way up to EM2 for approval on every single meeting. And we were told subcommittees need to be virtual. That said, I'm willing to like reach out for you guys and try and get the meetings in person if we can make it work and everyone's going to be here. But
so that includes board meetings as well.
Full board, we are doing everything in our power to make sure that we can have those in person, but every single one still has to get approved, and it's a big process.
But even full board meetings are not going to have full attendance.
Correct.
In person.
Correct.
That's a reality in the Pacific, with this board.
Correct.
With the geographical area that we cover.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you guys completely. Don't think I'm not agreeing. You're just
basically every other board has a much smaller geographical area that they cover.
Right. Yeah. Unfortunately, and this goes, I mean, just like you've seen with everything in the government right now, like EM is getting treated the same as all of the other government agencies. They're just doing a one size fits all. We know that that doesn't work, but that's how it is for all of the boards as well. So we will do what we can to support you guys through the crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, not to sound like a smart aleck or anything, but isn't it going to bat for you guys? 'Cause don't you need public involvement to
100%.
move forward? So,
yeah.
I mean, maybe we got to go to bat for you guys, because without this, you know, maybe you get some people saying, I'm out of here.
Right.
And what do you got?
Right.
You know what I mean? So
I think
I
it's
would probably
both.
take the hard line of, you might be dismantling the HAB and take that up the chain and see what happens, you know, just a thought.
I'd rather not give them that idea.
No, don't give them that idea.
I mean, if you want me
but I'm
to.
just saying.
Brian, there's history. Don't go there.
Oh.
You don't want to go there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we need to work together, right? I mean, I guess I was saying we're going to go to bat for you guys, but I think we need to go to bat for you and you guys need to go to bat for us, right? Like if we're going to do this, we're all going to have to stick together through all of the crazy times and make it work. So.
All right, let's move on to committee business.
Yeah.
Can we get
I
Rose has
have one
one
other
more
thing.
question.
Well, no, I just have one other thing I want to say with regards to this. So I think if that is the case, where it's either all or nothing, then I think we're going to have to set up some kind of the ability for people to either accept or not accept in person or virtual, so that we know what's going on with it. And I'm going to use myself as an example. I very rarely can make some of these meetings in person. I'm a virtual person, but if I'm on a committee, which I am on the committees, and I can't make a meeting in person, and everybody else can, I'll bow out. You guys can still meet in person. So I need to be able to make sure somehow there's a communication so that it gives us the option to accommodate all of those that want to meet in person. And maybe there's only one or two of us that need to be virtual and could feasibly kind of get caught up with notes and stuff. I'm just throwing that out there as an option. Because I agree with Pam. I think that in-person meetings are important. So.
Go ahead, close out.
Yeah. So I have a note to Kelly, so I will chat with her and see what info I can get. What I'm going to say right now is moving forward, all subcommittee meetings need to be virtual. However, if we have a leadership meeting and you guys want to propose a path forward, I will work with Kelly. But just so that there's not a bunch of confusion, we will work to get every full board meeting. We'll work on travel requests and approval for in-person. Moving forward, subcommittees will be virtual. And then we can have a leadership conversation and see if we can figure out a way. And I'll talk to Kelly.
Full board meetings, hybrid.
Sorry. Yes. Well, yeah.
We're working on that one. But full board meetings, hybrid, both in person and online.
Correct. Yeah.
Maximum participation.
Correct.
Is the goal.
Yes, absolutely.
And that's always been the goal. Same thing with the subcommittee meetings is maximum participation. And like I said, we're covering a significant regional area where we want people to be able to engage. And that's part of the argument for having the hybrid option. So, well, I mean, for both subcommittee meetings and I mean, about a year or so ago, we were on a big push to get as many people engaged in committees as possible, maximizing participation. And that's where the hybrid concept was very valuable. Because a lot of us live here in the Tri-Cities, but not everybody does. Portland, Larry's on the coastline, people are all over. Like I said, we cover a significant area that's not within a 1-hour driving distance. Thank you. That's all I can ask, but I'll keep asking.
All right. Okay. So do we want to move on to board reports, or do you want to cover one last thing?
I just have something really quick. So I don't, I do not, not in agreement with having only in-person meetings with absolutely no virtual option. And that leaves a huge group of people out. So I just want to make that really clear that, if there's a small group of locals that want to meet in person, go for it. But there needs to be a way for people to tune in virtually and receive the same information. Just so that's clear.
And the equity argument can be used to justify that.
100%. That's why the guidance is all or nothing, right? If we just go back to black and white, if everyone can't make it in person, then it needs to be virtual. And we're told subcommittees need to be virtual anyway. But I will ask the question and I'll report back to you guys.
I'm just saying, equity is all about, can also be considered everyone being allowed, given the opportunity to engage in whatever form that they want, that works for them. Exactly.
So we have more comments popping up. Susan, do you want to stay on this, or should we push it back to board business?
Quick, and then we're going to the board, the committee report.
Has there been any discussion about IM teams? I assume we can still have virtual IM team meetings.
They've always been virtual.
Right, but has there been any discussion in the context of this? Someone said, no, you can't have IM team meetings, virtual or not.
Nothing's changed. I am. It's teams or nothing.
Yeah.
Yes, if it's a virtual meeting, there's no change. You can have as many as you want.
Say that again?
You can have virtual meetings, they're fine. There's no change there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I still right to understand, though, that at any meeting, we have to have your people there to support it, to take the notes,
I think so.
to write the,
But I will ask Kelly, but yes, I do believe that if it is at least for full board subcommittee leadership, ESC calls, I would need to be, or Scott would need to be there. Yes.
yeah.
So go easy on me because this is not my only job.
Okay. Committee reports. Rob, go forth and do twist.
I'm not prepared here. I know we have a meeting coming up where we're going to be talking about the AMP system as well as the grout. In particular, we had.
Is your mic
Oh,
on?
mic's on, but I'm not close. Okay, so we have our upcoming meetings on in June. We have a presentation on the AMP system again, and another presentation on the grout. And this will be hopefully with a grout scientist for PNNL who has volunteered to give it. And that's the messages that I have so far. We have a number of questions that we want addressed, and I have passed this list around, been assembling them. So hopefully we'll get them all answered at that time. That's about all.
Michelle, go.
Yes, for community outreach and engagement, we met in a 100% virtual meeting on April 8th, which I'm just going to go ahead and say for committee meetings, I'm totally down with virtual. We seem to be way more efficient. But we had our TPA agency involvement reports. We had a brainstorming session around just HAB member engagement, the recap of our lunch and coin questions from the last board meeting. Thank you to Rob Davis, who coordinated an impromptu no-host breakfast this morning as another way for just HAB board members to connect outside of the regular meeting, hoping that we build trust and connection and make our process a little more just involved and engaged. So we had a mighty handful of us that had breakfast and had a nice visit. Leadership nominations are open. I am not going to continue in leadership for co, so definitely vice chair will be open for us. So we're putting that word out to everybody. I think I've done 2, maybe 3 sessions, so definitely somebody else's turn to step in and have that wonderful opportunity. We had a robust discussion about the role and feasibility of gathering community response to things like staff reductions, budget reductions, and is that even possible? How would we even go about doing that as a mechanism, and incorporate that into our advice writing activities? We didn't come to a firm resolution, but it was a good discussion. And then worked on next year's work plan. There were no radical new things to go on CO's list. And probably the priority item for us is still just continuing to work with Ryan on all of the Rev 9 updates.
Let's go on to lids.
I can stay.
Down. So yeah, at our last meeting, that's where we crafted the traffic safety, the advice that we put forth today. We have another meeting coming up in June. I believe it's the 3rd.
June 3rd,
June
9 in
3rd.
the morning, tentatively.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be interesting. I don't even remember what's actually on the agenda because I haven't read what was on the agenda. So she asked me and I said, I don't know. Traffic safety. No. I don't imagine that we'll have a response back from DOE. I mean, the last time it took like 4 months to get a response back on our so I don't think we won't be talking about that. Are we having a presentation?
2 of them. We're anticipating the Integrated Disposal Facility, IDF, and the Environmental Restoration Disposal Facility, ERDF.
Okay, so both of those. Okay. Yeah, so we'll be doing a presentation. So there's a lot of people in this room to talk to right now. So I guess jump online. That'll be an interesting feat for me. I don't know. I may have to have my vice chair lead that meeting. I can't be on a virtual meeting with 30 other people in my work area. So I'll have to get creative with that. Maybe do it from home. I don't know.
You can come hang out with us if you need to.
In my car. Yeah, I'm going to sit in my car for 4 hours. Yeah, no. So anyhow, that's about it for that. And we look forward to getting a response back from this, the advice that we passed today. I'm just like, I'm flustered right now. Make sure. Anyhow, all right, thanks.
All right, and then CARM has designated Mia as their speaker.
Yeah, Tom is on his way over here right now. So he asked me to read his report for the CARM committee. At our meeting in March, we discussed a technical impracticability evaluation for an iodine groundwater plume under ERDF. We also got an update on WESIF. In June's virtual meeting, we will be looking at potential 324 building advice coming out of tomorrow's Committee of the Whole, conducting elections, talking about the work plan, and having a focused forum. We are looking for topics of interest for that forum. So far, we have only one request for a chat about the life cycle report. So please let Josh or Tom know if you have other suggestions.
All right. And that rounds out our subcommittees. Next up, we have the National Liaisons Report.
Thank you. We are having computer challenges at home. So I have many pieces of paper that I'm going to do my best to provide a succinct report to you. So here we go. So the new Secretary of Energy is Chris Wright. He's a self-described energy nerd turned entrepreneur. He comes from the oil and gas and fracking industry. And he says he's focused on unleashing American energy dominance, accelerating innovation, and advancing all energy sources that are affordable, reliable, and secure. He has an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from MIT, graduate work in electrical engineering at Berkeley and MIT. And let's see, he's the chairman of Stroud Energy, an early shale gas producer. Then some quotes that you will enjoy. He said in his congressional hearing, the majority of our plutonium was produced at Hanford, not just for World War II, but for the post-war period and our arsenal today. Hanford gave a lot to this country, and we left them behind a mess that needs to be cleaned up. Pretty good for a new secretary, huh? Let's see. He says to compete globally, we must expand energy production, including commercial nuclear, liquefied natural gas, and cut the cost of energy for Americans. So that's basically what I have on Chris Wright. Now, other leadership within environmental management, a name has been put forward that we think is going to be nominated to be the leader of the EM program. His name is Tim Walsh. I have no information about him. The current acting assistant secretary and principal deputy assistant secretary, and he will, I understand, stay as the deputy assistant secretary, is Roger Jarrell. Roger Jarrell is, he's currently also acting in both roles. He wants to work to enable a safe and successful execution of the EM mission while providing management oversight of activities, operations, and program integration across the Department of Energy field sites. The Associate Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Field Operations. All the site managers report to this guy. His name is Gregory Sawson. He's responsible for developing strategies, policy, and guidance for the 15 field sites. He oversees nuclear operations, safeguard security, and technology development. The Associate Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary has been in this position for a while. Her name is Kristen Ellis. I've known her for 15 or 20 years. She's an attorney, and she's the person that leads all interaction with state regulatory agencies, as well as many other things. And then Dae Chung, who continues over from the previous administration, serves as the Associate Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Corporate Services, responsible for leading and overseeing the strategic corporate operations and essential business services, enabling over $8 billion in cleanup dollars, including resource management, acquisition, and project management. I have a copy of the organizational chart. It's a little hard to read, but if anybody wants this, they may have it. Moving on. So on May 2nd, the White House released its 2026 discretionary budget proposal, and I'll read just a bit of it. For the EM program, activities at 14 active cleanup sites, and the waste isolation pilot plant in New Mexico, the EM top line is being reduced by $389 million. That reduction, however, is because the Savannah River site is being moved from environmental management to nuclear energy or someplace else, but they won't be NNSA? Okay, National Nuclear Security. Where am I at? So The Office of Science, budget reduced funding for climate change and quote, green news scam research. Budget maintains U.S. competitiveness in priority areas such as high performance computing. Anyway, so the main thing that we all care about is that for EM, the budget is whole, and for Hanford, we will have the same appropriation in 26 as we have in 25. So we dodged one on that issue. Okay, I'm not sure you guys care about nuclear energy. So I have a quick summary of just some accomplishments for the last year from the other sites. The Savannah River site received authorization to operate the stone disposal unit number 9 and completed all major concrete placements. Oak Ridge completed soil remediation at East Tennessee Technology Park. Portsmouth, Paducah finished deactivation of the X333 process building, removed an additional 1 million pounds of hazardous R114 refrigerant. Idaho continued naval reactor facility demolition of 2 historic and defueled naval nuclear propulsion plants. WIP completed construction and began commissioning of the safety significant confinement ventilation system. That's the new ventilation system, which is to be operational next year. That's good news for us. Los Alamos retrieved, site reduced, and repackaged 158 buried corrugated metal pipes containing cemented transuranic waste. And something that I've tried to pull together, and I think I have a ballpark sense, is I asked how many federal employees have departed the Hanford site since the first of the year, and it's in the ballpark of 75. But you need to put that into context in terms of how many federal workers we have in total. And I don't know the exact number, but I think it's 300 or 400. Ryan, do you have any sense of it? I've not been able to find someone that knows that number for sure.
I don't have that either. Sorry, Pam.
Okay. Anyway, and there are still a couple dozen feds that are in the 45-day period where they can consider departing. So I'll try and answer any questions. Really sorry I didn't have it in writing.
Are there any questions for Pam? National Liaisons Report.
This Chris Wright sounds like a really interesting guy. I mean, he's a passionate father, grandfather, skier, cyclist, climber, and outdoor enthusiast. There you go. That's our new secretary.
Oh, I think he conveyed it very well. We were left with no questions. All right, so the final board report we have is the EMSSAB Chairs Meeting Debrief led by Mia.
Okay, so we were supposed to be having the spring chairs meeting for the EMSSAB in Nevada, but due to the changing travel restrictions, it was made all virtual. It was held at the end of April. I can't remember the exact date. And some of the people that Pam just mentioned were there. So we were briefed in the beginning by Greg Sosun. He was there on behalf of Roger Gerald, who was out sick. And his opening remarks focused mainly on energy, I noticed, and less on cleanup. He used phrases like the golden era of global energy dominance and called it the new Manhattan Project of today for energy dominance. He also highlighted EM's mission to advance American energy innovation, modernize the nuclear stockpile, and nuclear energy. He shared that the Trump administration is laser focused on making the government cleaner and more mission focused, and that they have to work smarter, more efficiently, and faster. The board was presented with a letter that was drafted by the Paducah board, and it was addressed to the EM1 nomination. So that's, like Pam mentioned, Timothy Walsh, as a welcome letter from the EMSSAB. I think this is common practice when a new EM1 is appointed. And since it was a letter and not a recommendation, we didn't need to take it back to each individual board to have it approved by the HAB and all the other citizen advisory boards. So we just worked through the wordsmithing of the letter during the meeting itself, and we're able to get it to a point where all the chairs agreed to finalize it, and it will be sent when the EM1 nomination is officially confirmed, so TBD. We received a briefing from Justin Marble and Kristen Ellis, who talked about waste classifications and definitions, disposal facilities, both federal and commercial, the reuse projects that are occurring around the complex, such as reusing nickel from Portsmouth and Paducah sites for EV batteries. We also received a briefing from Steve Trishman and Mariana Dubosc, who gave a budget update and talked about how EM had requested over $8 billion for fiscal year 25, and that the continuing resolution is carrying over the FY25 enacted number to calendar year 25, and that DOE has been given greater flexibility to distribute money across the sites. And for Hanford specifically, that FY25 request was $3.1 billion. April Kluver gave a briefing on PFAS and said that the updated PFAS assessment report is expected to be released later in 2025. This report summarizes the results of the surveys that were given in January of 2024 to 46 DOE program sites, including Hanford. And EM has been coordinating a lot of work around PFAS, including workshops with PFAS research and design experts from the national labs, administering a feasibility scoping study to find out where the PFAS came from, holding quarterly PFAS roundtables with the DOE sites, headquarters, and national labs. And she also shared that 100% of the sites have conducted drinking water analyses. And in March, I think one of our speakers brought it up earlier today, but a report was released in March for Hanford specifically in terms of PFAS and the historical and current uses at the site. So I don't know, Josh, if we included that in any of the Thursday HAB happenings, but that report specifically, but could be something if people are interested that we could include. I have the AR number for you if you'd like.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. And so following that, we moved into board business and were informed that the membership packages are on hold from being submitted to headquarters because the templates are getting updated based on different rules with the new administration. So they did say they're optimistic that the membership packages will be approved on time and before the membership term starts in October. Some packages expire before HAB membership packages, so they'll be submitting those first, the ones that expire first to headquarters. And Marianne can correct me if I'm wrong, but she is working on updating the HAB membership packages according to these new changes and is hoping to submit those to headquarters this month. We also learned that the DOE Order 515.1 was issued in January of 2025. It is directly related to citizen advisory boards. And so the next step is for headquarters to update the EMSSAB policies desk reference to be in compliance with the order. And then once that happens, that will be issued. And then they'll move on to local board operating procedures that need to be updated according to the different updates from the order and the desk reference. So that would include the HAB's operating ground rules. And Kelly is going to keep us updated on that process. So for now, we continue to operate under the operating ground rules from 2008 until we can update the operating ground rules that we sent through during an April, I think, 2023 meeting. So yes, still operating under the old OGR. The fall chairs meeting is expected to be October 28th, 29th, and 30th, and they are planning towards having the meeting in person in Richland and touring the Hanford site. But as you know, we are all aware, travel restrictions are constantly changing. So It could end up being could be in person, also could be virtual or hybrid. But the initial planning is for it to be in person with that hope. And then Kelly also shared that in regard to the GAO report on stakeholder engagement, which had one recommendation about the EMSSAB, DOE had met to look at that scope and see what work can be done under this changing environment and new administration, but didn't have a ton of details about that. And then Jocelyn shared that the national engagement strategy and site engagement portion of the recommendations, because I think there were 3 or 4, is paused as there's a government-wide plan to review operations and effectiveness. And so in terms of that GIO report and actions from it, they will share more information when possible. I think that's all, unless you have something to add.
Just my request. During the meeting when Justin Marble was talking, I did make a request that Justin and Julia Stenk, I believe, who is the transportation person, I made a request that they come out to attend a HAB meeting and brief us and have a discussion on transportation, because that is such an important topic to us, our constituents, the Pacific Northwest. And so he said he'd take it back and take a look at it. But it's just, if we can get him and Julia, who are the experts on transportation within DOE, then that would be truly wonderful. Wink, wink, Megan. Yes. So they are the EM people on transportation. So, and a year ago, at one of the chairs meeting, Julia gave us a really good presentation on transportation. So it's kind of I invited them to come to Hanford and share their knowledge.
That rounds out our board reports, and I think we're ready to revisit board business. What is the most pressing board business we need to cover?
HAB leadership nominations. All right, end of September, coming fast. August meeting, we need to hold elections for a chair, vice chair, and national liaison. In order to do that, we need to have nominations. So we need to
I'm finishing up my term on the board, so if anybody's interested in national liaison, I'd be happy to talk to you. Thank you.
All right, so for those nominations, you're free to share those in person, or you can send those to me by email at hab@slind. Assuming you're nominating somebody else, we'll confirm their willingness to serve before we put them forth as a candidate. And if you're free to nominate yourself, and well, in that case, willingness is assumed.
And remember, for these positions, this is a 2-year term. Committee chair and vice chair are 1-year terms. So that there is that difference. Okay, so since everybody's been put on notice, I hope to see a large number of people submitting to run for office. Yeah. Okay, next on the list, HAB action item status update. The 2 items I've been tracking for a while is the tribal briefing and the land acknowledgement statement. And Megan's got a blank look, which is understandable. A couple of years ago, I think the December 2023 meeting, there was an agreement as a condition of approving a piece of it, the committee descriptions, that and Rose alluded to it earlier today, that there would be a briefing held during the first board meeting of the fiscal year of the new. So with the new board members in-house or seated, that first board meeting, there would be a briefing by the tribes, by the 3 tribes, on their tribal organizations and what they're all about. Like I said, Rose alluded to that a little bit earlier, to educate board members, both old and new, on the tribes. The other piece was came from the Yakimaseed on that they wanted to have the land acknowledgement statement to be read at the beginning of the meeting. That was supposed to go back to the Hanford Stigwig, and then I think the big Stigwig state and local tribal working group, something like that. I never can get that acronym. But because it's with us, it involves 3 different tribal organizations. It's a little more complicated than most boards.
Was that supposed to be read before every meeting that they were wanting, or just the first of the year?
No, that was before every meeting.
Okay.
And so, but the challenge is getting the 3 of them and the Department of Energy and Ecology and EPA all in agreement on what it should say. And that's why it was supposed to go to the Hanford Stigwig and to at least start those discussions. Don't know where it is. It's just that because those were both actions related to an agreement to resolve a concern, I'm tracking them.
Rose clarified that STIGWG means State Tribal Government Working Group.
Thank you.
STGW, and also I see she has her hand up now. Go ahead, Rose.
Thank you. So I just want to put a little bit of clarification there. Wow, I'm getting a really bad echo. Are you guys getting an
Make sure
echo?
if everyone wants to make sure the microphones in front of them are off, that may mitigate that.
Okay. Oh yeah, that helps. Anyway, this started what, 3 years ago or something, and there's been like 3 different DOE people in the group since then, and we've got changes in management. And in fact, right now, we're not even sure what is going on with our Stigwig working group because of the new administration, and not really sure what's gonna happen with any of that. However, I think that we need to be able to have that discussion with regards to the land acknowledgement. It did go to very high levels in DC, but those people aren't there anymore either. And there were people who agreed, yeah, we need to do the land acknowledgement, but again, those people aren't there anymore. So unfortunately, the positive conversations that we had, and we were told that DOE was fine with it, and yeah, that they agreed and everything, but then it never filtered down. And now, again, those people are gone. I don't want to start over, but I think we do need to have a discussion, maybe with the DOE representative, maybe with the tribal liaison, Kim Ballinger, to maybe include her in on this, and kind of start this process to be able to get some level of, I think Lorraine even had something written up. So anyway, I think it would be good if we could, and I'm trying to figure out is it Megan? Megan. Okay. Megan, I think it would be good if you could maybe contact us, follow up with us, so that we can get you on board with what had happened, where we thought it was, and maybe we can, like I say, bring in our tribal liaison, our local tribal liaison person as well, and be able to have this discussion. Are you familiar with what a land acknowledgement is?
Just enough to be dangerous. I will say, so if you can, just because I'm kind of drinking from a fire hose, and I should have said this at the start of the meeting, but I am supporting HAB, but I also didn't get to quit my day job. So I'm the training coordinator for DOE. So my time is limited, but if you could do me a favor and just anything that you have on this, emails or letters, if you could just consolidate it all for me and get it to me.
Okay, can you
then
get
I
us your contact? Can you get us your contact information? And maybe Susan or somebody can help facilitate that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we actually just created a new inbox too. I believe it's on the HAB website now if they put new updates on. And I'm going to mess this up, but I think it's just Hanford Advisory Board at hanford.gov, which would be super simple and awesome if that's right. But I have multiple people watching that inbox. So anything you can get me so I can try and pick up where it got left off would be great.
And I checked for you, Megan. The website is updated, and it's the Hanford Advisory Board at hanford.gov.
Perfect. Thank you. I got it.
Okay. All righty, because yeah, we do want to pick up on this, and I too have am on a detail. I have a full-time job that I've done for over 15 years, but now in the last almost 2 years now, I'm also the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, which is yet another full-time job. So I'm doing 2 full-time jobs myself, so I can appreciate the fire hose. I'm surprised that I was even able to be on this entire meeting today. That was just kind of a fluke thing, to be honest with you. But anyway, okay, I will. We can address something to you at that address?
Yes.
Is that
Yep,
right?
that's totally. Yeah, and it'll get to me. And anything that goes there will be monitored. And then we've been doing weekly check-ins in our little personal team just so that things don't get dropped. So we will do the best we
Okay,
can.
and how do you spell your name?
Megan, Meegan.
And the last name?
Tripp, Tripp.
Okay. I will let Lorraine know, and she can send, she's kind of, this was kind of something she was working on. And so I will let her know, and so that she can send whatever we have with regards to the land acknowledgement. We can start that conversation. Like I say, I think pretty much everybody that we had talked to and was working on this with, and I mean, we actually, the last meeting that we had, where was it? Vegas? I think it was in Vegas, and we had a meeting with, well, at one point we had a meeting with Jeff Avery, but anyway, we were under the impression that we should be moving forward, there should be no problem and whatnot, because we actually did have an in-person discussion about this at our last Stigwick meeting, and so, but the people that did that aren't there anymore. So, and you know, and the way that people have been leaving, I suspect, at least so far in being my experience, that it's not like they're leaving a lot of notes and say, okay, well, this is, you know, this is what I was working on, and here's where I was at with all of these things. I'm not feeling that that's happening a lot. I'm not saying it's not happening at all, but it doesn't feel like it's happening a lot. So I feel to some extent we end up starting over on some things. I hope this is not the case with this, but it may be, I don't know.
All right.
Thank you, Rose.
Yeah, it sounds like the actions are assigned and understood.
Susan. I appreciate you bringing this up, Susan. Thank you very much.
Okay. Josh, do we have any other action items?
Not that I've been tracking. I'd say the big upcoming meeting thing to note is that we will be meeting again in this room tomorrow for a committee of the whole on the 324 building proposed plan. It acts like a subcommittee meeting, so it's everybody come, please join, please participate.
Is there something tonight?
There is the public meeting.
Can you listen into it, or do you have to be there?
5:30 p.m. Richland Public Library, also with a virtual option. It's on the notice of intent.
Where will I find that?
I can talk to you after the meeting.
Thank you.
Any other business? Anyone else have? Yes, Ryan.
I just had one comment I wanted to share. I heard some concerns, and I know Becky left the room. I have to go snack her, but if there's any HAB members that are having barriers to join HAB, virtual only meetings in the future, like committee meetings, let me know. You guys can come to the ecology office. We can get you set up for a virtual meeting. If you don't have like Wi-Fi at home or don't have technology access, we can get you guys set up.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody online have anything else they want to provide?
I'm seeing a thunderous ellipses.
Okay, I think we're done for the afternoon. Thank you, everybody.
One thing for you, Sue.
Yes.
'Cause I've been trying to get answers while we do this. If the subcommittee is okay with it, you guys can have a hybrid meeting if there is no cost.
Thank you.
Yeah, so in tonight on some good news.
That is absolutely wonderful. Thank you. Okay, everyone, have a nice evening. Enjoy, stay cool. Yeah, besides the fact that this room is.
All right. Thank you, everyone. See you all tomorrow.